the nearest airport.
See her card that ends in the number 5259. There are 3 purchases that she makes on this account that show that she bought airfare for Tylee Ryan and Tylee's friend Brianna Gill. And those purchases were made on March 13th, and they were round trip from Phoenix to LIH, which is, I believe it's pronounced Lahui, Hawaii, on the island of Kauai. And then directly under that, for March 14th, you see Lori using her card to pay for airfare for Chad Daybell, flying from Idaho Falls round trip to Phoenix Mesa and back to Idaho Falls.
And that was March 14th of
2019.
And so Charles Vallow was still alive at that point, to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Did you find any indication that Charles Vallow had a card on this account?
He did not.
And then, Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 66D? What is that document?
This is the application for a Barclays credit card in the name of Alex Cox, dated 9/26 of 2016.
And was this associated with the account we were just speaking of?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything of note on that document to your investigation?
Are you talking about just this particular page?
Just in that document, is it just the
It's just the account information for
account information?
for Alex, yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 67? And your,
Sorry.
I was gonna say, Your Honor, this Exhibit 67 has one subpart, just 67A, and it is, Exhibit 67 is a business record affidavit, so I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
All right.
That's correct.
Very well. By stipulation, the parties Exhibit 67 and Exhibit 67A are both admitted.
All right. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 67A?
I have some knowledge of it. It's the account from First Hawaiian Bank for Lori Vallow.
And did you receive this through a warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you review this?
I was not the primary reviewer of this.
Did you provide this to another agency to review?
I did. I provided it to forensic accountant Michael Douglas of the FBI.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 68? Do you have that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a business record affidavit associated with Chrysler Capital Finance Company.
And Your Honor, this again states Exhibit 68 is a business records affidavit, has subpart 68A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, exhibit 68 and 68A are both admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 68?
I am.
Or 68A?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a application for credit through Chrysler Financial for purchase. Charles Vallow made of a 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we associated with Tylee Ryan.
And are you familiar with the search for a Jeep in Rexburg, Idaho?
I am.
Is this that same Jeep?
It is.
Is there anything else in that document of note to your investigation?
Yes, that the payments would be made on automatic withdrawals through the account of Tylee Ryan's JP Chase account, the 3918 that she had her. This is the account that it had the stipends deposited into when she first opened that account.
Okay. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 82? And Your Honor, again, 82 is an affidavit of a records custodian. Has one subpart 82A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, exhibit 82 and exhibit 82A are both admitted.
Detective, what is the document found in State's Exhibit 82A?
The document is a rental application in the name of Lori Vallow for 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, the Rock Creek Townhomes in Rexburg, Idaho.
And have you reviewed this document?
I have.
Was there anything of note to your investigation on that document?
Yes, it shows that Lori did move from Arizona to Rexburg. And it shows that she is listed both JJ and Tylee to be living with her. And on the second page, you see here that,
If you're going to point something out, if you
Yes.
can point it with a.
sorry. So her monthly rent from her previous residence in Arizona, she stated the reason for leaving. Lori writes, she is bringing children to attend BYU-I. My daughter graduated high school at 16 and wants to attend BYU-I, but is too young to live alone, so I'm coming with her and relocating.
Okay.
And then below that, you see, as far as her income, she lists Social Security. So all of the Social Security benefits, Lori's claiming just as her sole income.
And was there an amount that she gave for that?
There was. So there's $5,740. And if you combined all three deposits, the one for Lori, the one for JJ and Tylee's, it arrives at this amount right here.
Thank you. Detective, we've been talking about Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan's financial accounts. Did you review any other financial accounts as part of your investigation?
I did.
What other financial accounts did you review?
Reviewed the financial information for Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's brother.
Earlier, you showed a document listing out Lori Vallow and Tyler Ryan's different accounts that you had prepared for demonstrative purposes. Did you prepare a similar account for Alex Cox's financial documents?
I did.
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding which documents or which financial documents pertain to Alex Cox?
Yes,
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony?
I did.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 69? Is this the same demonstrative list that you've been speaking about?
Yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, I'd ask the state's, or is this a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes only, that State's Exhibit 69 be entered into evidence.
There won't be an objection, Judge.
Okay, without objection, then Exhibit 69 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you describe for the jury what is on State's Exhibit 69?
so this is a financial account attribution list I created for Alex Cox. As we were looking into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee, we went through Alex's financial information, and this is information that we narrowed down through reviews that are pertinent to the investigation. So you see here, the first one is the Desert Financial Credit Union. This was Alex's everyday account. He was receiving paychecks on a regular basis. He was very responsible in his account and his spending. He had a fairly decent, well, decent for me at least, I'm sorry, but for as far as his account balance. So he was not reckless in any way in this account. You see the joint credit card that we just spoke to with Lori, and these are the cards that were associated with that. Alex also had a Mercury MasterCard, and he had a personal account from Wells Fargo, and from that he had 2 cards on Capital One credit cards. And then towards the end, after they moved to Idaho, he ended up opening up a account at the Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg.
Thank you. And Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 70? And Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 70 is an affidavit of a custodian of records. State's Exhibit 70 has 2 subparts, A and B. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to the admission of 70 and 70A and B?
No, Judge, it comes in by way of stipulation of the parties.
All right, Exhibit 70 as well as 70A and B are all admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 70A? And are you familiar with that document?
I am.
What is it?
It's a consumer loan application for a 2017 Ford F-150 pickup truck that in the name of Alex Cox.
And did you review these documents as part of your investigation?
I have knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of those.
Okay. Did you provide those to another agency?
Yes. There is a second account that I did review on the next page, and it's a checking account application, then an account ending 7175 for Alex Cox, and that's his main everyday account. And I reviewed those documents.
All right. Was there anything of note to you that in that?
Yes, so as I stated earlier, Alex was very responsible, and he was very busy on this account. It would appear to be his everyday account, and he was making payments to his credit cards out of this account as well.
All right. Did those payments ever stop?
The payments did stop. So from this account, we learned that Alex had quit his job when he moved to Idaho. He was working for Heritage Environmental in Arizona, and he was receiving 2 to 3 paychecks a month. And at the end of August and beginning of September, he had quit that job and moved to Idaho. Just before he quit his job, he received a loan in the amount of $21,000 in August. I believe it was August 8th. And from then on, he had no income, no regular income, as he was not employed that we could tell.
All right, is there anything of significance in terms of purchase history in these documents?
Yes, Alex begins to, in August, begins purchasing firearms and firearms related items with this account and the credit cards.
And you said in August, what year was that?
That's 2019.
Right. And is that purchase history different from the rest of this account?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
The purchase history of firearms, is that something consistent through that account or just starting in August?
It just started in and around August.
You mentioned that he received a loan.
Yes,
Was there a reason listed for that?
yes, on the loan application, it listed for medical reasons,
All right. And the amount of the loan was $21,000, correct?
21,000 that he received, yes.
Throughout your investigation, did you find any significant medical expenditures in his financial documents between the time of that loan and the time he died in December?
No,
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 70B? And what is that?
70B is just a list of monthly statements dated from 2/21 of 2019. I believe through November of 2019.
And were those the documents you were relying on for your most recent testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 71? And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 71 comes in by way of custodian of records affidavit. So I believe it's stipulated to, and just has one subpart A.
Any objection to the admission of 71 and 71A?
No, Judge.
Very well, 71 and 71A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 71?
Yes, it's the custodian of records.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Can you look at State's Exhibit 71A?
Right. Yes, this is the loan application for through Lending Club for the $21,000 loan for
And-
Alex.
And was this the loan we were talking about for medical expenditures?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a brief sidebar?
Yes. All right, council, we just discussed some scheduling there. We are going to take a mid-morning break at this time. That will be a 30-minute break. We'll come back on and continue until noon, and we'll plan on taking our hour lunch at noon. And then as regular schedule, a mid-afternoon break after that, go till 3:30 today will be our schedule moving forward. So at this time, we will take our mid-morning break.
All right, please. So just
Well, there we go. Hopefully, my mic is coming through. My apologies, everyone. Actually, my alarm went off this morning, luckily on my phone, because there was absolutely no power to the house, which means no internet. There was a car accident in the area while I was sleeping and took out several blocks of my neighborhood. And we were waiting for it to come back in. And I had no way to get out here. It's all I was just dealing with them on the phone, trying to figure out when I was going to be able to go live. And, once the power came back, I had to get everything all set up. Everything had to be rebooted and restarted because I had everything like ready to go the night before. But anyway, besides that, this is the first witness was Rexburg Detective Charles Kunsaitis. So we missed like the whole first hour. Hopefully you guys that are interested were watching it on one of the other channels. My apologies. Like, I don't even know what to do with the stream now that it has started without the beginning. But oh, hey, Jean. Hi, Janae. Anna, Liam, Shill, thank you for trying to reach me. Well, of course, without the internet, I didn't get anything through Discord at all. Even when I have like the cell service on, Discord doesn't come through very well in this area on my phone, using just the cell service. So I didn't even see anything until the internet came back up. Rocket Couch, I don't have my generator going. It wasn't me, it was the area. Apparently there was a car accident about in the area, and a pole was down from what they say, like one of those transformers, on the pole that does the area, because it took out like just 3 blocks of my area. I mean, I have a generator for storms and all, but it's not like a backup one. It's one of those that uses gas to run. So like during hurricanes or long outages and everything, they'll drag that out of the shed and start it up, but it's not an automatic process. No, you don't have to do any tech support from me, Rocket Couch. I'm sorry you're having a bad morning. There is no tech to do. Oh, the bingo generator. Oh. Mm. And you're right. For the bingo cards, I did forget like the banner, definitely. Absolutely. There we go. Oh, you don't mean like an electric generator, you mean a bingo card generator. Gosh, I missed that. Sorry, Rocket. Burying the lines, Jane. Also, a lot of ours are above ground. I mean, we have some below ground, but um, I don't know. Mostly in our area, it's usually an accident, somebody hitting a pole. We've got some major highways. Mm. I feel you, Anna. Like normally it's a storm that takes us out, but this time there was an auto. From what I'm gathering from the posts on the electric company and everything. Yeah, Gene, a lot of the areas are like that. Like, are you near the mountains where you live? When you go north here, or we go into New York, a lot of them are buried that way. And Anna in Nebraska, where you are, they're mostly above ground. Yeah. I mean, we have some shore towns that have ordinances that they all have to be underground, to keep it like looking beautiful and to keep the views and things like that. And they have just as much trouble. I would imagine it's more difficult to get to them. I would think our system here is pretty antiquated, actually. I mean, I get a windstorm and the power goes out. Like as soon as the wind gets up to a certain speed, and it's not even like really really bad. Like if it gets 25, 30, there's the risk, of us having trouble in the area, especially in my neighborhood. Liam, yours are all underground. Um, well, not a very exciting conversation, huh? I wish I had a more enthralling story as to why I was late for the stream. Yeah, you're going to be like an hour or so late for something. You should have like a really big tale to tell, but it's not. It's quite boring. And I just feel terrible. I was like freaking out a little bit. Isn't it in today's society how tied we get to like things, electricity, internet? Here, Liam, we have these little we have like every once in a while we have these little, for the underground ones, there's these little green box stations that are all fenced in. And I think that's how like they have all the wires coming into there. So that part like is about above the ground, and some of it is below the ground. And then we have like the regular from telephone poles with the, I guess what they call them, transistors off at the top. And every so many poles, there's a big transistor, for the area. Well, apparently, there was a problem with one of the poles that has a transistor on it, that it got hit. You think it would be able to take it? I mean, it's way up there, you know, unless the whole pole came down. I'm not sure, which happens also. So, Transformers, yeah, Transformers. Thank you guys. What? Oh. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Oh, did you tell a story? Like, I don't see how that fall back in the chat yet. Like from when I, you know, it might be an assumption on my part, but I assume some of you were here, wondering what was going on. Like, what's the story that you guys made up? Like, did you tell an exciting story about what might have happened? You know, besides something like, you know, like, oh, Bubba stole my internet. Actually, Alex stole my internet. Everyone, that's what I'm going with. All right. Alex being jealous that there was another live trial going on that didn't involve him for a change, you know, after 110 charges and all the airplay that he had, and he just couldn't take it, so he stole my internet, my electricity. Alex did it. Yep. And thank goodness for Bubba, you know, because like I got it back. Probably Bubba took care of that for me. Okay, you guys made me feel better now. I'm laughing. Oh, no underground wires in your area, Janae? She said every hurricane season we get a big mess of weak trees and then deal with random outages when damaged trees fall in the slightest. I get you. Ours is like branches and stuff too. You had your own court. You guys had your own court story going. Yeah. I'll bet you it was more exciting than the police detective. So, um, testimony here. I mean, this is just gonna be in regards to bank accounts and things like that. It can get quite tedious. But so far they're trying to just make the correlation between Chad's relationship with Lori and Alex and how involved he was, and that he is integrated into the story here. The defense yesterday really was poking some holes in some of the testimony and trying to make the point that they were only focused in on, like Chad, that there was a lot more going on. And we had the sidebars, and we had the motion hearing. Well, after this break, it looks like Judge Boyce wants to stay on schedule today. They've already talked about the schedule for witnesses and all, so there might have been something. They definitely were going to have this 30-minute break, and then they are going to do their regular lunch break, and he wants to stay on schedule, as he said, for 3:30. Well, good morning, Enter. It's good to see you guys here. So, not a lot, like in this case, happened overnight, obviously. Not that I saw. And it seems like even on the socials, court reporting actually had quite a slow start. Well, speaking, you know, what are your guys' theories as to why they're putting out so much information in regards to Alex's financial information? It looks like they're you know, most of this testimony was in regards to Alex and Lori's purchases on certain you know, airline tickets back and forth to Hawaii. they showed documentation that Lori used one of those credit cards to purchase air fare for Chad to Hawaii. While Tammy Daybell was still alive, that purchase was made. That Alex and Lori shared credit cards. They were both on the account. There were also airplane tickets from Provo, Utah to Mesa, Arizona that were in Chad's name. And they showed also credit card information for Lori's account with Charles. And basically, they were showing that there was expenditures made and a relationship there well prior to the children becoming missing and subsequent discovery of their bodies, and also all of this activity prior to Tammy Daybell's death also. Just showing the interrelationships of Lori and Alex with Chad. They also went over all of the transactions on Tylee's account from August through January of 2020. That activity is completely opposite of like what Tylee was using on her other bank accounts. They said that in one account all the deposits were made from Lori, and that it was the account was used to do their move from Arizona to Utah. Thank you, Shill. After your stream, and only when you have a chance, you have money in your Ko-fi in an attempt to cheer you up, because I understand the internet fails are foul and annoying. Thank you, Shill. Thank you so much. And thank you for donating to the Ko-fi. And damn, this bear loves her coffee, so I'm definitely going to get myself a fancy drink later. For sure. This morning is just simple black coffee, which, by the way, with no electricity in the house, I couldn't even do that. I did not boil water and do the pour over with the gas stove or anything like that. I waited till the power came back up. So, like, while I was getting the internet all ready, the coffee was brewing. And I am enjoying my first cup of coffee with you guys also, which is probably why my voice sounds so gruff. Like, even though I've been awake, I feel like I haven't. Yeah, Jean, to show that it was premeditated. Yeah, exactly. Because I get the feeling from prior, like it's hard for me to get a beat on this defense that he's doing, but I do think he's making some headway with the jury, especially when he gets to the interview with Melanie Gibb. I think we're going to see like a whole different side with him. He really thinks he has something there because the prosecution talked to her so much. And that's what the hearing was about yesterday. But he has been going pressing law enforcement as to why they weren't looking for others and this, that, or why certain people weren't charged, and really does press hard on the fact that Chad was not indicated in Charles Vallow's murder. However, prosecution did come back and elicit from the witness yesterday, from officer, is it detective? It's detective Duncan, that he did want him charged in the Arizona police. He did put up enough information. He did recommend charges. He did think that he was involved in somehow conspiratorially, like a conspiracy. Yeah. Although they didn't think they had enough there to complete. Because remember, part of the prosecution's job is, even though they may think that someone is guilty. Hold on 1 second, please. Sorry about that. Okay. Now, what was I saying? Oh, like they were talking in part of the prosecution is, even though they think that someone may be involved with the crime, if there's not enough there to pursue the case, in other words, a reasonable that they're going to get a conviction. They have to weigh that out, where they put their expenditures and this and that. And they had more on Lori. Actually, they had Alex's confession. Remember, Alex called 911. He told them straight out he did it in regards to the murder of Charles Fallow, but he said it was in self-defense. Well, we actually are going never go to trial in regards to that, because Alex is no longer with us either. And the one thing that's always been I just noticed that there's a typo even in my name. I was Claire Beat instead of Claire Bear for a while there. Like, that's the kind of morning it is today. Yeah, it's a not. It's a rough start, to say the least, this late morning. I'll tell you that. But anyway, they doesn't mean they did not look into Chad Daybell at the time of the investigation of Charles Fallow's death. One particular thing in regards to this case, when the cases were together, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were originally indicted together in regards to the children and Tammy Daybell. Everything all together, and the insurance fraud and the misappropriation of funds. Like, it was one big case. They were the co-defendants, and the case got separated. There was, motions back and forth and this and that. And, Lori had some issues to where she was checked out in the facility, the mental care, to make sure she was competent to stand trial. There was a lot of media presence. In the beginning, if you remember, Lori always flashing, smiling to the cameras, with the attention, all of the focus on both of them. The trials were eventually separated. Lori not receiving death penalty notation on her charges due to prosecution's late filing of one of the particular requirements, and so that was taken off the table after motions and after a review by the judge. And Chad Daybell's was separated and then waited. Now, Lori wanted an expedited, wanted timely trial. Well, Chad waived his right, which is why we're going like so long after this. They were on a time schedule for Lori Vallow that had to be kept to, but in regards to Chad, since he waived his right to a timely trial, it took longer. They can, Yes, Lori does every time they point the camera at her, she puts on that big flashy grin. The only time I saw her sullen was at the sentencing, and she was standing there dressed dark, and she did not look happy at all. All the other pictures, she's got like a smile on her most of the time. I think that, in the beginning, I remember speaking, Mandy and I talked a lot about this trial in the beginning, and, we were very annoyed that Judge Boyce was not allowing cameras in. It was such a sensational case and was not allowing the cameras. But when I look back at it now, I think Judge Boyce made the right call because Lori really was playing to an audience, and it was becoming a circus. And even though she was seeking out that attention, it would not have been a fair trial. Like for her, there would have been a lot of media circus. It would have been insane, absolutely crazy to manage. This way, with them controlling the feed from their courtrooms, they do have more control over the jury and sensitive information that gets released and etc. With the gag order in place, there's a little more control for Chad's trial, and I feel this is a good way too, as long as the internet and electricity work, of course, but. I mean, I'm not as annoyed with Judge Boyce. Like, I could see why he made the decision he did in the past in regards to the Vallow portion of the case. It seems like the right thing to do in hindsight. You look at all of the media. Oh, Karen Reed. Oh, there's another trial going on too. Karen Reed in Massachusetts right now, for the alleged hit and run of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, who died in the snowstorm out there as a result. This is the allegations, but that trial, all of the stuff up to the trial, which is now for the last years or so, all of the media circus that's been going on with that one is absolutely insane. And in hindsight, when we go back and look at it, we're going to have like a perfect case on how it can be manipulated, how actually the media can be manipulated into getting information out there, into how there's interference in these court cases by outside people in regards to the media. This is something that really gets me. Like, I don't want to get on a soapbox about it, but the way people actually insert themselves into these cases is it's so distasteful. It's so disheartening for me too, because they're interfering. It's obstruction. In particular, in the Karen Reed case, there are actually witness tampering charges against a YouTuber. Yeah, it's just ugly. It's just really ugly. It's like, I don't want those types of scenarios to be what people think about when they think about, the people doing true crime. But it seems to be coming a little more prominent. I mean, just recently, I was talking to you all about the fact that Ryan Upchurch was out there talking about the Kylie Rodley case again, saying like she wasn't a real person and the whole thing was a scam. There's no proof of her demise or proof of anything, even though there's law enforcement that found her vehicle, her in it. The body was sent to the coroner's office and identified, all of that, and still coming out here and saying statements that's got to be really upsetting for the family. Annie, you're heating up a pizza. Oh, autistic chef. Oh, that sounds actually. I would have been so freaked out if my pizza caught on fire in the oven. Mm. I see what you're saying, Shield. So he had just put the pizza in the oven but didn't turn the oven on, and then the next day you turned the oven on. Ooh, pizza caught on fire. Eee. There are some really good frozen pizzas out there. Exactly, Liam. This wouldn't even be a trial if Lori Vallow had just kept her manipulations to breaking up families and getting free trips to Hawaii. In the testimony yesterday, we did hear Charles actually make a statement to Lori, like, about breaking up another family. Like, Lori Vallow was married 4 times. Two of her husbands died. Joe Ryan, Tylee's father, and Charles Vallow, JJ's father. And one of the things that intrigued me about this case in the beginning was the number of people who were being shot at, attempted murder, and murder, or actually just like deaths, not necessarily murder, because Alex Cox, they're saying, was natural causes. Okay, at the time, they knew that Alex Cox had shot Charles Vallow. He said so. It was gunshot wound. He said it was self-defense. Okay. There's a lot going on in the Arizona trial that's going to be about that in August on Lori Vallow. So we'll hear exactly the scenarios and all about that uh, later in August once that actually comes to trial. You know, comes to trial. I don't know if we're going to be able to have live streaming of that trial in particular. I'm not um interested in covering another Vallow trial, but we'll see. You know, let's just say I didn't have it on my bingo card, but in order to wrap up the whole case, I'm not sure. There's so much involved here, but for me, it was about the missing children in the beginning. That was the case I was following, and then just all of the other deaths surrounding them are now part of it. Uh, well, seems to be multiple trials, not as many as Alex Murdaugh, but complicated would be an appropriate word for the case. And intertangle, just it's like a big spider web, you know. So many different parts all coming together, but Lori Vallow seeming to be the common denominator everywhere. And with her already receiving 5 life sentences with no option for parole. For Charles Vallow's family, I'm sure the trial for her having to pay for his death also is something that they would want. They would want justice, but this is all taking so long. Today in court, Larry and Kay Woodcock were sitting in the victims section section of the courtroom uh, together, comforting each other during the trial. It must be, whenever I hear about them being there and listening to testimony, I realize how difficult it is for them. Um, yes, Lori was already sentenced. Well, now them wanting to see Chad pay also for his part, everything. Um, it's not over for them. It's probably never going to be over for them. Those that love Tylee and JJ. Tammy Daybell's family. I'm hoping that after this trial, they will be able to close part of the door. But I know also Kay, being Charles's sister, is very interested in justice being served in Arizona also against Lori for her brother's death. Mm. Yeah. Now we're having a frozen pizza discussion. Like that's the problem with frozen pizza is always the dough. Yeah.
Thank you. Please be seated.
We're back. We're back with no lights. Hmm. Hmm. Was there any kind of announcement? Did anybody hear anything as to why the defense table is so dark? Was that a preference to keep the so that we can't focus on Chad Daybell's face? Hmm. At least you missed the YouTube phase last night. I don't know what happened last night on YouTube. Like, it is weird, isn't it, Shil? Like, this is they haven't brought the jury back in yet, but we're back from break. And they moved the cameras again. I see that. Like, I do see that Rob Wood is back at the podium to begin with this witness, and we have the witness sitting there. Judge Boyce is there. All the lighting seems fine there, and then it's like really dark just on the other side. This is very. I guess it's just the way it's hitting the camera, the window, the light from the windows. I'm not sure what would cause that. Yeah, Rocket, that's what I'm thinking. Just the window light coming in because it's right behind them, that the way it's hitting the camera. Hmm. Seems like there's tech fails everywhere.
We don't have
today.
anything today on Zoom either. There's no Zoom hearing, but. Okay.
Hmm. I think that was Judge Boyce on scheduling with his clerk. Yeah, Rocket Couch. I was just thinking that, like, I could not see as far
All
over
rise.
to the other side on the defense table yesterday. I do think there's two windows today. Mhm. We're bringing the jury back in. We're going to continue with direct examination by Rob Wood of the witness Charles Kunsaitis, detective from Rexburg Detective.
Your Honor, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The state's continuing with its case in chief. Detective Kunsaitis is on the stand and has previously been sworn and is under oath. Continuing with direct examination, the court would also note we had previously turned the blinds down for better resolution on the monitor, but had requests from the jurors to have the windows open. And so they're open, and hopefully we get good enough resolution on the monitor to go forward. We'll still dim lights when we're showing exhibits. And if it's clear enough, I'm fine to have the windows remain open. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct, you can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 72? And 72A? And Your Honor, I just represent, this is 72 is a business record affidavit and 72A is the one subpart. And I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, exhibit 72 has been offered as well as 72A without objection. Those exhibits are admitted.
Detective, do you recognize States Exhibit 72 and 72A?
I do.
What are they?
72 is the affidavit of record for Credit Shop, which is the parent company for Mercury, for a credit card application for Alex Cox.
And did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain these records?
I did.
Did you review these records?
I have some knowledge of this account, but I was not the primary reviewer.
Did you provide these records to another law enforcement agency?
I did.
Right.
Michael Douglas, forensic accountant at the FBI.
All right, thank you. Can you look at States Exhibit 73 and 73A? Again, Your Honor, States Exhibit 73 has a business records affidavit. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, so 73 and 73A are each admitted as well.
Detective, are you familiar with this document?
I am.
What are these documents?
This is 73 is a business records declaration for a Wells Fargo account in the name of Alex Cox for a Visa credit card.
And did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain these records?
I did.
Did you review them?
I have some knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of this account.
Did you provide these documents to Mike Douglas at the FBI as well?
I did.
Thank you. Can you look at States Exhibit 74? And again, Your Honor, States Exhibit 74 is a business records affidavit, and with one or two subparts, I believe it comes in by way of stipulation. Detective, are you familiar with States Exhibit 74?
I am.
Your Honor, may that be admitted?
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 74 and 74A and B are admitted.
And are you familiar with these documents?
Yes.
What are they?
It's a declaration of records from Capital One for two applications of credit cards in the name of Alex Cox.
And did you obtain these through warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you review these records?
I have knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of these.
And does that apply to 74A and B? You
Yes.
provided those to Mike Douglas?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 75? And Your Honor, States Exhibit 75 is a business records affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to 75 and 75A being admitted?
No, Judge.
All right, 75A and 75 are each admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with these records?
I am.
Did you obtain those through warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you provide those documents to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Detective, is it fair to say that you reviewed Alex Cox's financial information, specifically the Desert Financial?
Yes.
Did you prepare a demonstrative chart to show a timeline of his financial records and spending?
Yes.
Did you do that in anticipation of testimony today?
Yes.
Would you look at States Exhibit 86? Is this the chart you've been preparing, that you spoke of preparing?
Yes.
And did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the timeline of some of Alex Cox's banking and events in this case?
Yes.
And is that document a true and accurate representation of what you created?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would ask that States Exhibit 86 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. States Exhibit 86 is entered.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you walk the jury through this timeline and chart you've created?
Yes, this is the financial timeline for Alex Cox. Again, it's Lori Ballow's brother who moved to Idaho with Lori and Tylee JJ. So this is dated from February 7th, 2019 through December 12th, and December 12th is the day that Alex died. So that's where it stops. But you see in the dark blue part of the timeline, you have the financial credit union 7175. He's got a steady income, regular monthly deposits from his place of work, the Heritage Environment. Everything, I can reiterate, he was kind of responsible in the sense that he was paying his bills and paying on his credit cards. In August 9th, he applies for the $21,000 loan and receives it, and it's deposited into this account. So from August 10th through October 24th, you see here that Alex makes 46 transactions for gun-related purchases. Again, this covers the accounts and the credit card, the financial account, but he's paying on the credit cards through this account. So at the end of August, he quits his job and they move to Idaho with Lori and the kids, and he's got no job, no regular income. And then we see here on November 13th, he opens up the Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg. And then a short time later, he dies on December 12th.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you review financial documents for Chad Daybell?
I have some knowledge, but I was not the primary reviewer for Mr. Daybell's accounts.
All right, but did you obtain any documents for Mr. Daybell?
I did.
Are some of those documents ones that you testified to earlier that you handed off to the FBI to look at?
Yes,
But you helped write subpoenas and warrants and obtained financial documents from Mr. Daybell.
I did.
So far, you've provided 2 lists of financial account attribution lists, one for Lori and Tylee and one for Alex Cox. Did you prepare a similar list for the documents you received for Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 76? Did you prepare that document to aid the jury in understanding which accounts exist that contain financial information that you looked at for Chad Daybell?
I did.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
Yes,
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the documents that you were looking at?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for demonstrative purposes that State's Exhibit, that State's Exhibit 76 be admitted.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 76 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
So here's the financial account attribution list I created for Mr. Daybell. His main everyday account we learned was from the Mountain America Credit Union. It was a joint account with his wife Tammy, and the 3007 and the 3301 are 2 separate accounts within the Mountain America system that they had. And the second account here was for Spring Creek Book Company, and that's the company that Mr. Daybell owns and with his publishing and selling of books. And there was 2 credit cards assigned to this account, one card ending in 3136 and one card that was issued to Tammy, and the last 4 numbers were 7171. After that, we have a First Hawaiian bank personal account that Mr. Daybell opened, and that account ends in 9185. There's a Citibank credit card that Mr. Daybell opened an account with. There's also a Visa card associated with the Wells Fargo account. And the last one on the list here was a Capital One account with 2 cards issued, one to Chad and one to his wife Tammy.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 77? Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 77 is a certificate of authenticity of business records, and there are subparts A through I. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
77 and 77A,
A through I.
I have been offered. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Very well, exhibits 77 as well as 77A through I are all admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 77A?
Yes,
What is that document?
it is a monthly statement associated to account 3301 for, say, Spring Creek Book Company.
Okay, and did you review this document?
I have some knowledge of it, but I was not the primary reviewer.
Did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain this?
Yes,
Is this a document that you handed off to Mike Douglas as well?
yes.
All right. Can you look at State 77B? And what is that?
This is a Mountain America Credit Union account 3007 for Chad Daybell.
And is it a joint account?
It's a joint account for Chad and his wife Tammy.
All right. And it's, I'm sorry, in State's Exhibit 77A, who was that account for?
Oh, it was both for Chad and Tammy as well.
And was it involved with Spring Creek Book Company?
Yes,
Do you know what Spring Creek Book Company is?
it's the business Mr. Daybell owns for publishing and selling of books.
Judge, I'm going to object. I think that's a mischaracterization.
Response, Mr. Wood?
I think the officer testified to his knowledge. I don't see how that's a mischaracterization.
Why do your native objection, Judge?
All right, well, I'm just going to overrule the objection. You can go into that on cross though,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Fryer.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 78? Your Honor, State's Exhibit 78 is again an affidavit of a custodian of records with one subpart 78A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, 78 and 78A are offered. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Very well, both are admitted, 78 as well as 78A.
And Detective, what is State's Exhibit 78A?
It is a account application in the name of Chad Daybell for First Hawaiian Bank.
And did you receive this document by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide this to the FBI?
I did.
Thank you. And can you look at State's Exhibit 79? And Your Honor, 79 is a custodian of records affidavit, one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well, then as offered, exhibits 79 and 79A are both admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 79 and 79A?
79 is an affidavit records for Citibank for a credit card in the name of Chad Daybell.
Did you receive this document by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide it to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 80? Your Honor, again, I know this is a bit monotonous, but this is State's Exhibit 80 is the business record declaration or affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection?
There's, Judge, it's in by stipulation.
Okay, well, they're only in once I admit them. So exhibit 80 is admitted and 80A is also admitted. And I appreciate counsel in going through, making sure our record is clear.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 80 and 80A?
Yes.
What are those documents?
80 is a business declarations from Wells Fargo. 80A is a Visa card for Wells Fargo for Mr. Daybell.
All right. And did you receive those records by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide them to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
yes.
And Detective, do you have State's Exhibit? Can you look at State's Exhibit 81 and 81A? Again, 81 is a business records affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 81 and 81A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 81A?
Yes.
What is it?
81 is a business records affidavit for Capital One. And the subdocument 81A is the monthly statements for purchases on the Capital One credit card for Chad and Tammy Daybell.
Did you receive those by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide those to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 88? And Your Honor, 88 is an affidavit of records custodian. It has one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right. And that was exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry,
Judge.
And 88A are
And
both.
88A.
All right, thank you.
Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 88?
Yes.
What is it?
88 is an affidavit of records from Julie Black of Kauai Dreams Realty for an email that was sent to her.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 88A?
88A is a screenshot of an email that was sent from Mr. Daybell to Kauai Dreams Realty.
Detective, how did you receive this document?
Well, I came into this document in February of 2020. Trying to locate the kids. We monitor social media sites and came across this document. And so I reached out to Julie Black to see the validity of this email and whether or not it was true or not.
And, go ahead. And were you able to verify with her that this was an accurate document?
Yes,
And then she sent it to you with that records of an affidavit
yes.
or affidavit custodian. What date was this email sent?
This date was sent, the email was sent on November 8th. You see right here, 2019. That was about 3 days after Chad and Lori were married in Hawaii.
All right. And who sent the email?
The email address sender is chad.daybell@gmail.com.
And who is the recipient of the email?
Julie Black.
And can you read the body of the email?
I can. It says, we are interested in seeing this property. Would the owners be interested in leasing this property to a clean couple with no pets or children? Please let us know. Thank you.
Detective, what was of note of this document to your, or why was this document significant to your investigation?
Well, as of November 8th in this email, it's stating that Chad and Lori have no kids. And so we're out looking for the kids, and they put this in, or Chad puts this in a body of an email saying that they don't have kids. We just found this to be odd.
And when did you receive this email? Do you
Uh,
recall?
It was in February of 2020.
Was it, in fact, can you look at State's Exhibit 88? I believe there's a date on the affidavit. And what was the date that the affidavit was submitted?
It was submitted on the 4th of March, 2020.
Okay. And so at this time in your investigation, had you been able to locate Kylie or JJ?
No,
And so was the significance of that to you that Chad Daybell, the husband of the children's mother, was stating they didn't have kids?
correct.
Judge, that's argumentative.
It's a late objection, so it's overruled. It was answered.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 90?
Yes,
Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 90 is an affidavit of business records. There are two parts, 90A and B. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to 90, 90A, and 90B?
No, Judge.
All right, all three of those exhibits, 90, 90A, 90B are admitted.
Detective, can you look at 90A?
okay.
What is that document?
This is a subscriber information for Cable One. It's one of the online or cable services that's offered in Rexburg. It is named for Lori Vallow, September 3rd of 2019.
And is there an address associated with that?
Yes, it shows 565 Pioneer Road, apartment number 175.
Right. And is there an email associated with that?
Yes, the email listed as lollytime@icloud.com.
Detective, why were these documents of interest to you in your investigation?
Well, as we learned on her rental application when she was moving from Arizona to Idaho, she filled out the lease for apartment number 107. So when the warrants that were served, we found her to be living in apartment 175. The other area of we'd like to inquiry about was there's a IP address that's associated with this account as well.
And why was that of note to you?
Well, later in our investigation, we found that Lori was in possession of Tylee's cell phone, and Venmo purchases were being made from this cell phone through this IP address.
And so could you track those Venmo payments through that IP address?
Yes,
And when you look at State's Exhibit 90B, what is that document?
this is Cable One subscriber information in the name of Alex Cox for 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 107. And this was generated on September 11th of 2019.
And what was significant to that document in your investigation?
This was the apartment that Lori was originally assigned to be living out of. They had switched apartments.
Right. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 91? Again, Your Honor, 91 is an affidavit of a records custodian with one subpart 91A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 91 and 91A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 91A?
I do.
What is it?
This is a letter from Windstream Services stating that we were looking for information of a Venmo that was sent from an IP address off of Tylee's phone. And so when researching the IP address, it came back to Windstream Communications. And so we reached out to them and said, do you have any information in regards to Tylee Ryan? And they said that they didn't. They just offer IP addresses or static IP addresses. And this was the IP address that we were inquiring about was issued to a residence in hotel in Kansas City, Missouri.
So what led you to look for these documents?
Again, we were looking back on Tylee's BBVA accounts. We know that she wasn't receiving her regular deposits, and the money that was being deposited into her account was from Lori's account that Tylee had no control over. So she was sending money, transferring it into Tylee's account, and then it would be Venmoed off almost immediately. And so following up on those types of transactions, that's how we came to know this particular IP address.
All right. And so just to be clear, a Venmo from Tylee's account was sent through this IP address,
Correct.
right? And do you know where this Windstream Services is located?
They're located in Missouri.
And did it give a date for that transaction?
Did
that-
October 10th of 2019.
Okay, so the Venmo went through that IP address on October 10th,
Correct.
2019 in Missouri.
Correct.
And can you look at State's Exhibit 92? Again, Your Honor, 92 is an affidavit of a records custodian with a subpart 92A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
All right, 92 and 92A are both admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 92A?
92A is a folio bill from the residence in Kansas City Airport, located in Kansas City, Missouri.
And what was significant about this document to you?
This was the location of the IP address that was given on Tylee's cell phone on that date.
Okay. And does this document identify any individual for renting a room?
Yes. The room was purchased by Melanie Boudreau, who is Lori Ballow's niece.
All right. And do you know if anyone else was with her?
We know that Lori traveled to Kansas City with Melanie on this date. They flew from Phoenix to Missouri on the 10th and returned to Phoenix on the 12th. And we can confirm that with the airline reservations.
All right. And what was significant about that trip to you in your investigation?
That Lori was in Missouri using Tylee's phone and Tylee wasn't there.
Were you able to verify through flight records where they flew from?
I did.
Where did they fly from?
Um,
Bailiff? Where did they fly from?
They flew from Phoenix to Missouri, according to the flight records.
And so on that folio, it only stated the two people.
The two people, yes.
So there was no Tylee Ryan on that folio,
No. And
and
it
no
shows,
JJ Vallow.
no, and it shows that the room was paid for by Melanie.
Detective, we're gonna shift gears a little bit. As part of your investigation, did you ever engage in any type of search for pharmaceutical records?
Yes.
What type of search did you do?
In cases such as missing persons, we'll reach out if we have an idea of where the person we were looking for is living or has lived, and we will reach out to the state as a resource to the state pharmaceutical board and request if any prescriptions were filled that may lead us to a location that or an area that they may be in.
And did you do that for, who did you do a search for?
I did a search for JJ. I did a search for Tylee. There was one we searched for Melanie Boudreau as well, and also Lori.
And how do you go about doing a search for pharmaceutical records?
We'll reach out to the pharmaceutical board in the state and submit a request and let them know the circumstances, and they will then submit the information to you.
All right, and does each state do that the same?
Same premise, but they're all a little bit different. But we reached out to the state of Arizona, the state of Montana, and state of Hawaii, and the state of Idaho.
Why Montana?
Well, early on, as this case was unfolding at the very beginning, we were receiving tips, and one of the tips called in. They thought maybe JJ and Tylee were being held in a compound in Montana somewhere. So we just called upon that to check on that. And also that Melanie Boudreau at the time was living directly next door in apartment 174. So that's why her name was run as well.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 94 and 94A? Your Honor, States Exhibit 94 is a records affidavit of records custodian. I might just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
It can be tedious going all over all of these financial documents and showing how they all intersect and interweave with each other, all the different accounts and who owns them. But it's important to lay foundation for relationship and expenditures, and forensic accounting never lies. Like, the documentation is there. All of these transactions. it's going to be hard for Pryor to deny. I mean, he's not denying. The defense is not denying the marital, the affair. That's what I want to say. They're not denying that Lori and Chad were together before Tammy Daybell's death. But it does put a bad light on it, all of these transactions before, and all of this acting like their lives were together before they were technically together.
All right, I apologize, Detective. Can you look at State's Exhibit 94 and 94A? And I can't remember if this was admitted or not.
Not yet.
Okay. Your Honor, again, 94 is an affidavit of a records custodian. 94 is the subpart. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well. 94 and 94A are both admitted.
Detective, what was State's Exhibit 94A?
These are prescription monitoring program checks for the state of Hawaii through the Hawaii Narcotics Enforcement Division.
And did you find any records of prescriptions for J.J. Vallow in Hawaii?
I believe we did, but not in the time frame that we were requesting.
And did you find any prescriptions for Tylee Ryan?
No. I don't believe so.
You mentioned checking in Montana.
Yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 95 and 95A? Your Honor, again, I believe that this document comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 95 and 95A both admitted.
And Detective, if you'll look at 95A, when you submitted names to these states, did you just do one name or multiple names?
We did multiple names. We knew that when we were looking through the airline records, JJ would fly under the name of Ryan, or he'd fly under the name Vallow. So we just, we would use both last names when we were searching, and researching for this.
So what was the name you searched for on this page?
JJ Ryan,
And here?
Joshua Jackson Vallow,
Here?
Joshua Jackson Ryan,
Here?
Melanie Boudreau,
On this page?
Melanie Pulowski. This would be Melanie Boudreau's current last name. She had remarried in November of 2019.
And here?
And the last here is Tylee Ryan.
Did you ever find records of Tylee Ryan traveling under a different name?
Only once, and that was on a trip to Hawaii in early 2019. She flew under Tylee Vallow one way and returned Tylee Ryan in a different, on the return leg.
And Detective, excuse me, did you perform that search in Idaho?
I did not. Another detective did, but the search was performed.
And are you aware if any results came in from that search?
There were no results.
All right. And any results from Arizona?
No results from Arizona, although they live down there. I was educated that Arizona only keeps track of narcotic analgesics or painkillers, opiate based drugs. That's all they keep track of. They don't do anything for any other types of medications.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 96? In Your Honor, 96 is an affidavit of a records custodian. And it has one subpart A.
Any objection to 96 and 96A being admitted?
No, Judge, thank you.
Very well, both are admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 96A? That is. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Did you obtain that document?
I did.
And what is it?
This is an email exchange that Lori Vallow sent to Michael Edson. It's a little blurry on my screen here. If it's a way I don't have a copy in my possession. Okay, there you go.
Is that better?
Yes. This is an email sent from Lori Val to Mike Edson. We learned that it was a tax accountant that did Lori and Charles' taxes. And she sent an email to him asking if you'd like me to read the body, I could.
So it looks to me, Detective, like there's two emails. Can you tell which email was sent first?
I want to clarify exhibits here, Mr. Wood. Which exhibit is this being published right now?
That would be 96A.
All right. My 96A courtesy copy is the subpoena, but not the email.
Wait, can I approach?
You may. I'll just have the bailiff provide you a copy of my courtesy copy. And if I don't, it's fine.
You're correct. Well, all right, strike. What I have is consistent with what you have.
Okay, you can go ahead and publish it, Mr. Wood. It's been admitted, and it's fine if my courtesy copy is not containing that as well.
And Your Honor, we'll correct that after court.
Thank you.
Detective, all right, who's that email from again?
Michael Edson.
And are you aware of who Michael Edson is?
Yes, he was a tax accountant for Lori and Charles Val.
All right. And can you read the body of that email?
So the first email was sent by Lori on September 9th. It says, "Hi, Mike. This is Lori Vallow. I'm not sure if you heard, but Charles passed away in July. It's been a pretty stressful couple of months. I saw online our tax return got sent out, but it went to an old address. I moved with the kids and forwarded the mail, but I'm not sure that they will forward the tax return check. Is there some way to contact them to cancel that check and do a direct deposit? Or how would that work? Let me know when you can. Thanks, Lori."
Did he respond?
He did.
How did he respond?
He responded by email. Lori sent her email at 5:03 PM and he responds the same date at 6:11 PM. Says, "Lori, I'm sorry to hear about Charles. I thought he was a great guy. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask." In the interim, here is the link to the IRS to fill out a change of address form so they can send you the check up to the new address. Prayers with you, Mike.
Detective, why was this email exchange significant to your investigation?
Well, the email itself is rather benign. It's just appears to be a classic back and forth of exchanging information, but the date on the email is what was important to us, being September 9th. We recall our last known sighting of proof of life of Tylee was September 8th and September 9th. So we believe the investigation has found that Tylee was no longer living at the time of this email.
Okay. And was it significant to you that was just one day after her last known sighting?
Yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 98? And Your Honor, this is 98 is a certificate of authenticity with one subpart 98A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Very well. 98 and 98A are both admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 98A? And can you describe what it is?
98A is airline information that we received via search warrant for 2 American airlines. We requested several names in the warrant to see if we could find out whether or not Tyler or JJ were on a plane somewhere during our search for them.
And these are the American airline records.
Correct.
And did you find any history of Tylee Ryan or JJ Vallow or Lori Vallow on these documents?
There were several flights for Lori during the period of time we requested from January 1st of 2019 through 2020. And there was only 2 flights that were listed for Tylee, and one was in February and one was in March, and they were both round trips to Hawaii. But there were no flights for JJ.
So, no, I'm sorry, did you say no flights for JJ?
No flights for JJ on American Airlines.
And what was the time frame in which you asked for these records?
January 1st of 2019 through the end of the year.
And do you recall why that was?
Well, we knew that they had moved up to Idaho in September, but we wanted to see if there was any regular places that they went to or visited that we may reach out to another agency or something to try to find and locate JJ and Tylee.
All right. And so to clarify, you stated you found 2 flights for Tylee Ryan to Hawaii
Yes,
and multiple flights for Lori Vallow.
correct. And also Chad Daybell.
Oh, okay. And what of those flights of Lori Vallow are of interest to your investigation?
Well, the biggest one was in and around the time of that Tammy Daybell was killed.
Grounds. Sustain.
Um,
I'll strike just the last part of the response saying Tammy was killed.
all right. Are you aware of what day Tammy Daybell died?
Yes, it was the 19th of October, 2019.
All right. And so one of these flights of Lori Vallow coincided with that death. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And there was another flight as well that was in and around that time that was pertinent to us.
And what flight was that?
That was the flight in early November where Chad and Lori flew to Hawaii to get married. They were married on November 5th, and they flew out on the 3rd of November.
And that was on these American Airlines documents.
Correct.
Okay. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 100? Your Honor, State's Exhibit 100 is a business records affidavit with one subpart A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to the admission of 100 or 100A? All right, both are admitted.
Detective, State's Exhibit 100, what is it?
It is business records affidavit for Southwest Airlines.
And what is 100A?
This are airline information reservations for Southwest Air.
And did you find anything in these records that were pertinent to your investigation?
We found that Lori and Charles traveled on this airline through 2019, and we learned that JJ had flown 6 times but that was all prior to them moving to Idaho.
Okay. And do you know what those flights were?
They were flights from Phoenix to Houston, where Charles Vowell lived at the time, and JJ would fly back and forth between Phoenix and Houston to visit.
Okay. And did you find any other records on Southwest Airlines that were pertinent to your investigation?
Just give me a moment. I'm not seeing anything for Southwest Air.
Primarily those flights for JJ Vallow.
Correct.
Did you find any flights for Tylee Ryan on Southwest?
Don't believe we did.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 99? And again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 99 is a business records declaration with one subpart A.
I do not have that.
Your Honor, made the witness be handed a copy.
All right, I don't believe the court has a courtesy copy of that one either.
Can I ask counsel? Okay,
You can still,
I guess, can you show it to counsel in the court and then?
I'll just do some light reading, Judge.
very well.
Judge, can counsel and I approach just briefly?
Yes.
Okay, so the witness is looking over something. That's a long delay, but now they want to do a sidebar. You know, I apologize. I never know when I should actually be to unmute. I never know how long these long pauses and silences will be when they mute over there. I'm thinking the best way to resolve the missing part of the testimony is to link that part, to record that part of the court documentation and link it into the description of this video so that it's available and all the information is complete for the day. If I try to add it to the video in any way as one concise thing, we will lose the whole chat and any of the questions, and it can be watching it later for anyone. It can be disconcerting to like hear me speaking to people in the chat, but not be able to see things that are going on or the messages back and forth to keep it. It can be very jumbled. I'm going to try to avoid that. Okay, looks like we're back. Okay, so we're waiting as John Pryor goes over that big ream of evidence that Rob Wood is having the witness speak on. Well, just like as we wait for him to carry on, to look through. And the last thing that they were talking about was an email sent from Tylee's account on the day of, I believe, the 9th, which was the day after her last known proof of life. That was documented. Well, this is important. I can see why Pryor is taking his time looking over both the, they know this evidence ahead of time. I'm sure that they could. Okay. Okay, it looks like he's ready to display. Okay, there's nothing wrong with the volume on my end. Like if they're talking, nothing's coming through. But I do see that they're putting something up. And he took it off. Wait a minute. Are they speaking? Why don't we hear anything?
And I'm sorry, what were those dates?
Oh, see?
Dates were for April 26th through the 29th of 2019.
And Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 305A? And 305? And Your Honor, 305 is a certification of records. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation with one part, 305A.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, both 305 and 305A are admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 305A?
Yes, this is airline reservation information from United Airlines.
And who is it for and what does this document tell you?
This document tells me that the passenger on the reservation is for Chad Daybell.
And does this coincide with the last document you looked at in time?
Yes,
And does it say who purchased the flight?
this flight was purchased by Lori Vallow through her BBVA account.
But the person flying was Mr. Daybell.
Correct.
Detective, we've talked a lot about finances and travel. Looking at, is it fair to say you've reviewed several travel records pertaining to individuals involved in this case?
Yes,
And did you have to look at a large amount of documents to do so?
yes,
Detective, in aid of the jury understanding the travel dates that are important to your investigation, did you prepare a timeline that shows the travel of the different parties?
yes.
And what records did you use to create that timeline?
We used airline records from Allegiant, Delta, American, United.
And did you prepare that document in aid of your testimony today?
Yes,
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding the dates
yes,
and the places traveled to?
yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 303? Detective, is this that document that you prepared in aid of the jury?
Yes,
Is it a true and accurate representation of what you prepared?
yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit Exhibit 303 into the record.
For demonstrative purposes, there's no objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 303 is admitted.
Detective, I'm going to turn your attention to the first page of 303. And can you walk the jury through this timeline?
sure. This is a travel timeline for Chad and Lori Daybell. This first box on top of the timeline right before January shows that Chad and Lori met on the 26th of October in 2018. So this starts in January of 2019. So in January on the 6th through the 10th, Chad Daybell flies round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix, and the flight was booked in December of 2018 by Mr. Daybell using the Chad Daybell Gmail address, the same one he used for the Kauai Dreams Realty. As we move to March, we see that Lori Vallow booked a round trip flight from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls, but she canceled this flight on the 26th for unknown reasons. But she ended up booking a flight and flew to Hawaii for this time frame. In the middle to late March, on the 19th to the 21st, Chad Daybell flew from round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix Mesa. And the flight was booked on the 13th of March, 2019 by Lori Vallow. And this is her Lolly Time Forever at iCloud email associated with that account. In April, Lori flies one way from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls. The flight was booked on the 29th, so it was fairly quick. And then she flies one way back to, on the next one up here, she flies back from Idaho Falls to Phoenix. And that was booked on the 3rd of April. Again, and she booked her flight. On April 26th, this is the one we just talked about. Chad flew round trip from Idaho Falls to Houston, Texas, with a stop in Denver. It was booked by Lori Vallow and paid for by her BBVA bank account. Mr. Daybell did use his Spring Creek credit card to pay for an extra baggage for the flight. As we move over into May, we see Lori flew one way from Phoenix Mesa to Provo, Utah, and the flight was booked by Lori. And then up here we have the date of July 11th, 2019. That's the day that Charles Vallow died.
Can you walk the jury through the second page of that timeline?
Okay.
Try and zoom in a little bit.
One thing I want you to take notice of, if you could please, is that after Charles Vallow dies, Lori flies under the name of Lori Ryan the rest of the year. I think she booked a flight a day or so after Charles died, but still used the name Vallow, but everything else is Lori Ryan. So in August, you see up here the timeline, they're moving to Idaho. And in late August, Lori flies up a round trip from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls, and she books her flight. And Melanie Boudreau, and that's Lori's niece, she was also on this trip. We believe that this is the signing of the rental lease just prior to them moving up. You see here on the timeline as we go on September 8th, it's the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan. We move over to the 22nd, that's our last known sighting of JJ. So in October 8th through the 13th, Lori Ryan flies a round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix Mesa. And this is the trip where she took to Missouri, which we had the Venmo used from the Missouri hotel. What's significant about this date is this is the day before Tammy Daybell had an incident where she was shot at and reported to police.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point at the characterization.
I'll sustain it as to that final statement and strike that part of the witness response. Mr. Wood, if you'd ask another question, I believe we're just getting into a total narrative at this point as well.
I understand, Your Honor. After October 9th, what was the next event that took place?
Lori flies round trip from Las Vegas to Kauai. The date of the 17th of October is just before Tammy Daybell was found dead on the 19th. She was scheduled to return on the 21st on this flight. As you move over to the 24th of October, she flies one way from Phoenix to Idaho Falls after flying back from Hawaii. Now down here we have on the 23rd, just to give you a sense of where on the timeline things falls, that Tammy Daybell had her funeral service in Rexburg on the 23rd. As we move to early November, Chad and Lori fly round trip from Salt Lake City to Kauai. Chad flies from Salt Lake City. Lori, we believe, drove a vehicle down to Arizona and then met up with Chad in Southern California. There was a family trip that Chad took with his kids to California during this time. But what was significant to us is that Chad booked this flight just 5 days after the funeral service for Tammy Daybell. Continuing,
Well, Detective, I actually want to ask you a question. Um,
Mr.
All
Wood,
right.
I'd like to take a look at the time as well. I don't know how much longer you've got on the timeline, but
you got one more page, Your Honor?
okay, let's do
And-
that and then it'll take long.
Okay. Detective, this last box, you'll see my pen pointing at, that's marked 11/3/2019. Does that coincide at all with what your investigation shows about the marriage of Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
yes, they departed for Hawaii and were married in Hawaii on the 5th of November.
And then one last page. Detective, what's marked in the first two boxes?
So we have here Lori and Chad flew one way from Hawaii to Phoenix. And below that, they arrived in Idaho Falls on Allegiant Airlines. On the 28th, Chad flew one way from Salt Lake. And again, I believe I may have mixed up on the last page, but Lori was scheduled to be on this flight, but we believe she drove her car to Arizona. His box on the reservation was marked flown and hers was left empty, so it was designated to open. So, and this was also a trip that was a family trip that Chad paid for his kids and their spouses to fly to California to have over the Thanksgiving holiday. There was no record of Tylee or JJ on this trip at all.
Now, Detective, you had mentioned a trip earlier. Is it possible that this was the trip you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last box.
The last box is Chad and Lori flew one way from LAX to Hawaii where they took up residence.
Okay.
The
And then
last, I'm sorry, then the
there's-
last
Yes, there's one more box. Can you,
box on the top of the timeline is June 9th, and that's when we found JJ and Tylee.
all right. Your Honor, I believe now would be time to break.
Okay, we will go ahead and take the lunch recess at this time. We'll plan on that being right around an hour. So just shortly after 1 o'clock, we'll try to get started again, and go through the afternoon with another break then.
All rise, please.
So at the moment, I'm still very much in the middle of moving house. So a lot of my time is spent on painting, assembling furniture, and in general just
Wow, that just looks like they it actually just ended the stream. Like I think they hit the wrong button or they're just gonna start again. I don't know. But I'll get that sorted and figure it out. But did you see how it jumped to another video as if the feed cut? I don't know if that's a YouTube issue or if they actually cut the feed. I'm trying to. Yeah, the feed is off. The feed ended. I'm resetting the feed and searching the judge. Okay, now it's back up. Okay, that's a YouTube thing, but you guys saw it, right? It's not me. Yay. All right, I got it back. But you guys saw what I saw, right? Like, watch this. Look, now it's there. But you saw it leave, correct? You saw it jump to the other video. That was totally YouTube. Like, that was bizarre. There's something going on. we did with everything everywhere lately. Yes, Liam, I agree. Today's testimony is quite tedious and monotonous, going through all the financials and everything. But basically it's just the showing all the interconnections of all the financials between Alex, Lori, and Chad to establish the conspiracy and collaboration. Um, Basically of note were the multiple flights that were paid for by Lori and set up. That actually, Chad was traveling to and from, and so was Lori, to places for them to be together while Tammy was still alive. Mm. Tech Guy 2.0 is experiencing latency issues also. Oh, thank you, T King. I'm not crazy today. YouTube is going nuts. Like, yeah. Jin says he blames window updates for all the shenanigans, including the web spaces. I've been getting that, and I've been getting notices from them that my system cannot handle Windows 11, and I'm going to be in trouble. And I'm like, yeah, good thing I'm getting a different computer, but that's not going to be Windows 11 either yet. Like, there's so much going on with that. I don't normally upgrade like right away. It is difficult, Liam, with this type of testimony to follow exactly where they're getting at. But basically, it's all just to show the interconnections, to establish a timeline of all this relationship prior to the disappearance of the children and Tammy Daybell's death, that there was an ongoing affair and they were in constant contact with each other and Alex Cox, like, so that the defense is pushing the notion that Chad, that this was all Lori and that Alex did it and Lori did it and not Chad, just happened to be his property, right? Where the bodies were buried. Nothing to see there. Well, trying to, blur the lines of connection, so to speak. And, that is, any defense attorney would be doing that at this point, Because the charges are related to, there's double murder charges here because of the conspiracy. Oh, this isn't just Alex Murdaugh stole the stream tech issues. This is Murdaugh attempting to murder the internet. I kind of agree with that. You know what? What was that about a Zoom ad? I mean, I did hear Judge Boyce speak to his clerk earlier that like there wasn't going to be a Zoom meeting or something like that, but I don't know. You use a Mac for personal use, Jin, and then Windows at work. Do you find it confusing to go back and forth, like, because things are a little different? But I guess if you're used to it. I am just gonna just double check that feed again. Like, I'm nervous now. Like, that was just so weird the way it did that. I want to just make sure that that feed is like actually still live. Actually, the feed is not live. It looks like it's down. It looks like it ended. It did. Judge Boyce's feed ended. Okay, it's not live anymore. Because look, the one I'm looking at, like when I bring it up, I'll show you guys. It does it again. Look, it ends at 3:40:45. It's just going to cut out. Doop. It did. It ended. The feed freaking ended. Okay. I'm thinking they're going to start a new feed after lunch. On the socials, nobody seems to notice the feed died. They're just saying, oh, we're back in an hour. Okay, I don't know. Well, I will get you've been doing it for 10 years, so you don't really notice, huh, Jean? Like going back and forth. I guess that makes sense. You get used to it. Mm. Wow, that's a everyone's been complaining about YouTube issues going on and off. I don't know if somebody just hit the wrong button over at Judge Boyce's, but I'm sure they're going to figure it out. We will have a feed. But I actually was thinking of staying here to talk to you guys the whole hour, but now I'm going to have to check some stuff, and I want to get things set up to get the first part of the feed recorded for later. So I think I am going to put music on and do all of that behind the scenes and get this feed ready for 45 minutes when we come back. Also, a little more than 45 minutes, like 50 minutes. It's been really crazy with the tech going back and forth. I just want to try to get everything all in one place. So I think the best option is to record the beginning of the interviews from today when court started and just provide a link for it before this stream started in the description so that it's all in one place to be together. But if I try to splice the two of them together as one concise video, we will lose the live chat. In the discussions will kind of seem a little disjointed then or during the breaks and when I'm speaking to you guys and pulling messages up. And so I try not to have the live chat taken away. But whenever you edit a YouTube video, you lose your live chat. Mhm. The eclipse put Uranus in retrograde. Is that what's going on with us? Like we're just like we've got retrograde issues going on in here. I don't know, but tech issues abound everywhere right now. It's not just me. I'm actually comforted that it's not just me a little bit because occasionally it is just me because the bear is not very tech savvy as it is. I know just enough to get myself in serious trouble. Let's put it that way. Like I wouldn't call myself a total novice, but I definitely have just enough knowledge to get myself in serious trouble with stuff and muck it up. Dangerously so. Okay. All right. I want everybody to take a good stretch, get something to drink and eat, take a right. Financial documentation can be quite tedious testimony, so I don't expect the afternoon to be very, very exciting. But I hope you all will come back in about 45 minutes. I'll be back in like 10 minutes before they come back for lunch. But I've got to figure out what's going on with this feed and make sure that they're actually coming back. Okay. Either way, I'll be back here to tell you about it. But for now, I'm going to put the music on a little bit. I hope you enjoy some Chris Zabriskie. I do love this little piece here he has. The vampire policeman is just one of my favorites. I am looking for other pieces to upload, but of course, none of that happened this morning because there was no internet. Yeah, I hear you, Anna. You know, why you want to wait and see if anything happens before you go crazy trying to fix your account, because there might not be anything you can actually do. It may all be on their end. And I have seen, as I said in the chat, several other servers. There are certain people in those servers complaining of the same kind of issues. They were showing me pictures similar to yours, that when they come into the server, they can't see the rooms, or they go into other servers and they see no images at all, like, and everything's just up in like hieroglyphics kind of talking, you know, hieroglyphics kind of font. Some very strange issues, you know. And Liam's charger wasn't working. Ah, the plug came out, Liam. That was the issue. Maximus found a treat right near it, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, these things happen, but at least you figured it out. Like, a lot of these tech issues haven't been figured out at all. It's insane. It's insane. So on that, let me just go do some investigative work here and make sure that we have a feed coming back for lunch. Enjoy the music for a little bit, and I will be back. And thank you guys for your patience. It's not, you know, it's not been the easiest of mornings, but it's always better when I come here and you guys are so open, and you guys were still here and still willing to watch the rest of this with me and keep me company. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you greatly. Oh, and you know what they say, it is what it is. In Murphy's Law, whatever's going to go wrong is going to go wrong. Like, be prepared for it. There's just like, you just got to roll with it, right? You just got to keep things going and roll with it. Okay, I will be back in just a bit, about 35 minutes, 40 minutes tops. Okay, bye guys. So we are back waiting for the court to resume, which should be in about 7 or 8 minutes. I guess like by about 5 after, which is when they cut it. The testimony, or we shall see. But the good news is they have started a new feed. They realized the feed cut out. Hey, Anna, that sounds like you've been very productive during the break, much more than me. I'm just was scrambling around waiting for a new feed and trying to find some information on what was going on. I did post a link to all of the written out documentation as they were going through all the financials this morning and what it was. East Idaho News, Nate Eaton, they have been posting every piece of evidence that gets put up in what it is briefly for all the witnesses as it goes forward. It's kind of like a documentation timeline, every step of the way, and they have it for each day. But I did post the one from this morning for you all just to go over some of that financial information back and forth. The proving of the airplane tickets and the trips that they took, Chad and Lori, who paid for what, traveling back and forth. Interesting that Chad did pay for his own ticket to Hawaii 5 days after his wife had died. There was travel to Missouri with Melanie, with Lori, and I believe that they did meet up with Chad Daybell at that time. I'm trying to think if there was that meeting. I think there was. I think the documentation shows, but we'll see. I could be wrong, and I stand to be corrected if I am. It's going to be interesting. I think the rest of the afternoon is going to be more of the same. We still are going to have the defense's cross of this witness. I'm interested to see how he crosses financial information. How he's going to cross the interactions. Basically, in the past, Pryor has used his cross to just deflect from the relationship. They are not denying that they were having an affair. That is not part of the defense to deny that any of that was going on. It's pretty evident. And so in the socials, I noticed a lot of people commenting their frustration in regards to all of this being played out, the financials about the affair, and so much focus being on the extramarital affair. It is what keyed the investigators in that there might be an issue with Tammy Daybell's death, and that perhaps it was not natural causes, and something may have led to it. It was very suspicious. The affair kind of adds light to all of the other events that happened. The missing JJ and Tylee, and then Chad Daybell filling out applications for them, that there were no children. While the children are still missing, remember, even after they were married, they were still looking for the children. And it of note, one thing that really sticks out to me that is that neither Lori or Chad talked to any of the officials in regards to the missing children. They didn't report or look for the children at all. That speaks volumes to me. Filling out an application as if you have no children while the children are still being looked for was hard to put that down as just a small oversight. Well, anyway, court will be resuming shortly. I'm going to put the music back on until they start. I'll be back. Well, they should be back any minute. I have my fresh cup of coffee, a good cuppa. Yeah. Oh, everybody get your tea, your coffee, your whatever your favorite drink is, something commune. Looks like, from what I see posting on East Idaho News with Nate Eden, that everyone's back in the courtroom. Bailiff has reminded everyone to turn off their cell phones and everything. And that the detective, Kunsaitis, is still on the stand. So I guess that's where we're starting today. He's there. And let's see when the feed starts, but so far nothing. Doesn't look like anybody has brought anything up yet. So we'll see. It's probably getting things sorted. That was weird that I don't know if that was YouTube or their feed or what, the way everything just cut out, but luckily it was just at lunch. For all we know, somebody just hit the wrong button. Instead of a pause, they hit stop. It happens. I've done it myself like a zillion times, you know. Well, there's been some happenings going on in the New York case against Trump, the criminal case that's going on. Oh, and here we are.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and we can have the jurors brought in, please.
So we are bringing the jury in. We're going to get.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring that up quickly as call it a motion in limine. Hold on just a moment and I'll log on and go on the record.
Okay, sorry for that echo, everyone. It should be resolved now. Well, apparently they're going to do a motion first. So let me remove myself.
On the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell, there is an issue that may come up in cross. Let me first ask Mr. Wood, do you believe you'll be done with direct in order to get to cross this afternoon with your witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I do think that's appropriate suggestion. First of all, the jurors are not present. The court will hear a motion in limine briefly on an issue that may relate to cross-examination. I will ask that if Detective Kunsaitis, if you could step down for a moment and step out, we'll argue this motion as it relates to an evidentiary issue and then have you return in the jurors once we've made a ruling on that. All right, we're gonna hear an evidentiary issue on a motion from the defense, I believe, as it relates to purchase of firearms. Mr. Pryor.
One of the concerns, Judge, is that this officer testified that he had appeared that his Mr. Cox's searches for firearms started in 2019. Now, I have other evidence that's already been admitted for as far as exhibits under previously admitted 34. I'm going to ask that the rest of 34, I believe that's H through J, be admitted as well, and it was by stipulation of the parties that was previously stipulated to being admitted. But the difficulty is that if I start inquiring of the officer about Alex Cox's ability to purchase firearms, and that may have been a reason why he hasn't been so rigorous in having those, and whether he could possess those, Judge, there's a chance that Alex Cox's felony conviction for the 2007 crime could come into play. And I just want some guidance from the court. I wouldn't characterize this a motion in limine. I don't want to get sideways with the court's ruling, and this is going to be walking a tightrope here, and my instincts tell me that there's a likelihood that could come out, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. What's the response to the state? And the court will note I previously entered a ruling that the 2007 apparently felony case or conviction involving Alex Cox and Joe Ryan was irrelevant in this case. Hence the concern of the defense if it comes out that there was a felony conviction that may have prevented lawful purchase of firearms. I don't have that information before me, but if it's an appropriate area of cross, it may come in. So how does the state respond?
Your Honor, the state still sees the situation the exact same. The 2007 event is still very attenuated by time. It's the state's understanding that there was a withheld judgment, and as such, Mr. Cox was able to legally purchase firearms. And so I don't know how that would affect anything related to this case. If he was able to legally purchase the firearms, and honestly, even if he wasn't able to, I don't know that that would make a difference when it comes to bringing in a 2007 event. Again, the state's understanding is he was able to legally purchase those firearms. And so we believe that the standing or the ruling from the court before under Rule 401 and 403 should stand. It's too attenuated by time to be relevant to this case.
Judge, in response, I guess my concern is not necessarily openly pursuing that because you already told me I can't. My concern is that if I ask this witness, is there anything that was preventing Alex Cox from purchasing firearms prior to 2019? If this officer testifies, and I guess if someone wants to let him know and say, no, I don't know anything about it, I guess that solves the problem. But at this point, I don't know what the officer's going to say. If he says, I don't know, I guess the inquiry's over, isn't it?
Well, it may be. And so on the issue, first I'll note under the State versus Ochoa case 169 Idaho 903, the court has broad discretion to admit or exclude evidence. And I have to consider under 401 and 403 what's relevant in a balancing test. I've done that previously as it relates to just sua sponte bringing up this 2007 conviction. I would note, however, though, that if there is a proper line of inquiry on cross that goes back to that time frame, then there may well be a relevance if part of the state's allegation was that the time frame of firearm purchases started at a certain time. I don't have any idea what this witness, Detective Kunsaitis, may or may not know about Alex Cox's previous criminal history, whether there was a felony conviction, a withheld judgment, when that would have occurred, when he may or may not have been prohibited from purchasing firearms, but it could well be relevant to the issue at hand. What I would rule here is a narrowing instruction that if the matter comes up and you want to inquire, Mr. Pryor, you can just ask in general terms if you're aware if Alex Cox did have a felony conviction that prevented him from purchasing firearms, but not go into the details about who the victim was or what the conviction would have been. And if he knows a history of whether the felony resulted in a withheld judgment or whether Alex Cox had any sort of lawful prohibition against purchasing firearms. So as far as keeping it general, if it goes there and he knows, I would permit that. Otherwise, if he doesn't know, then again, the topic I've already ruled would not be relevant for trial. So that's how we'll proceed, with just a limiting instruction that you could inquire, but not in detail about who the victim may have been.
And Judge, I just want to make it clear that I'm permitted then to ask this officer whether or not he's familiar, if at any time there was anything preventing Alex Cox prior to 2019 from purchasing firearms, or was there any felony conviction? Is that where the court will allow me to go?
I would permit that. I think that may
Thank
be
you,
a
Judge.
relevant line of inquiry. So that'll be the court's ruling on the matter. I will deem that to be a motion in limine ruling. With that concluded, then we can have the detective return to the courtroom and the jurors brought in, please.
So we're going to continue with the testimony of Detective Kunsaitis. But it does appear that they're going to be allowing Judge Pryor to bring up Joe Ryan, but not actually Joe Ryan, just in regards to Alex Cox and his ability to buy guns. At the time, there were motions, as he said before, that left the death of Joe Ryan in Alex Cox's involvement or not in all of that
No, it's fine.
removed because it was so long ago. And I'm sorry for the delay. George caught me off guard. I had a mouthful of truffle goat cheese cracker
All rise.
during the break. Looks like we have a pretty full courtroom in the galley. They have changed the lighting again. The windows are open, but it looks like it's a little bit better in regards to the view.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We have concluded the lunch recess. Detective Kunsaitis is on the stand, continuing in direct examination. I'll remind the detective he's still under oath. Also, for those in attendance today, the courtroom conduct order remains in effect through the afternoon. We'll continue at this time then with additional direct examination. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this witness at this time.
Okay, then Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if that was on the record, and if it is, I'm going to move to strike it.
I didn't hear what was said. I apologize.
Judge, I had
It's on the
comment.
sidebar.
I heard nothing come through our feed. Did you guys hear anything? Pryor said something. The state wants it stricken, whatever it was. George didn't hear it either. Let's see.
If you could just bear with me, Detective, I apologize for.
And Mr. Pryor, make sure your mic's turned on.
I think that verifies it. So Detective, I'm going to bounce around a little bit. Do you mind?
No.
Okay. By all indications of what you've testified today, it appears that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow had a very close relationship. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. They shared multiple accounts, and by your count, how many accounts did they share together?
I believe it was just that one Barclays credit card account.
Oh, I was under the impression there were a couple of bank accounts that they shared together in addition to credit cards. Is that right? Do you need to refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
By whatever it takes. Do you have your book up there? Mr. Wood has it.
We'll have the bailiff deliver those exhibits to the witness, please.
Take whatever time you need, officer, as well, okay?
Thank you. I believe I can recollect that there's only the one account, the Barclays credit card, that she was on Alex's account.
And was Alex on any of her accounts?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I may have misunderstood your testimony then. Now, you went over a timeline, and I think it was 303 was the timeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If I could.
And please indicate what you're publishing there, Mr. Pryor.
I think it's 303, Judge. The exhibit, Mr. Wood.
All right, exhibit 303, that's being published.
Try to get that where we are here. Okay. So I'm looking at 303. And it talks about Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met in 2018. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then there was a flight to Mesa, Arizona on 1/6 of 2019. You see
Correct.
that? Was that a business trip for Mr. Daybell? Do you know?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not he was appearing at a podcast on that day?
I have no information of that.
Okay, and then we go to 3/19/2019. Are you aware that Mr. Daybell may have been on a business trip that day?
I was unaware.
Okay. Were you aware of what Mr. Daybell's occupation is?
He owned a Spring Creek Books,
Okay.
Book
Published
company.
books, right?
Books, sells books,
Right.
did some podcasting, and he also spoke at some events.
Right.
Yeah.
So he would travel on occasion, and you saw a history of that as well, that he would travel and go to various locations for various reasons, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't know what the purpose of that is. What we know is that he met Lori Vallow in October of 2018, and that he traveled for a couple of trips. Okay. And then on the same timeline, you put Charles Vallow's death back on July 11th of 2019. Mr. Daybell traveling twice, what does that have to do with Charles Vallow's death?
Doesn't have anything to do with Charles Vallow's death.
So why'd you put it on this timeline?
Just to show it from January of 2019 across the entire year.
Or was it just to get a reaction from the jury so that they would say, oh my goodness, he's traveling and he must be going to see someone, even though you don't even know what he was going for, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. Counsel, apparently we need a brief sidebar quickly, sorry.
Caught with the cracker again, but damn, Pryor, that was argumentative. There was no doubt about that one. He's annoyed that the jury's going to get the impression that Chad Daybell was conducting this affair and doing all this stuff, and then all of these people are dying around them. Because he wants everyone to believe that Chad Daybell had nothing to do with any of this. But the lines are all crossing, and to actually attack the detective for having it on the timeline. It is relevant in the case that, let's not forget, Lori bought those tickets. Business trip or not, they proved the financial connections there. That Chad Daybell was benefiting from Lori Daybell paying for things for him. Lori Vallow at the time, before they were married. Oh, I wish I could hear this sidebar. I would love to hear what Judge Boyce had to say about what just happened. Hmm. And he also got the information incorrect in regards to bank accounts, and had the witness re-clarify. There were joint credit cards. There were signatures. Alex and Lori. Lori and Alex, her brother, had joint signature privileges on credit cards with each other. Yeah, I would love to hear what's going on. I kind of agree with you in it. I don't know if the judge is reading on the right act, but he's definitely going to go over protocol in how, there's no reason to attack a witness if you don't like what they're saying. Just impeach them, prove that they're not saying the truth. Well, that's not true. I mean, it's not exactly impeachment to say, oh, you're trying to infer something to the jury. No, it is true. Charles Vallow died 5 days later. Okay, Chad Daybell did travel to Arizona 5 days prior. Lori was in Arizona. Yep. There's no alluding to anything there. They've admitted to having an affair. They admitted to seeing each other regularly. They have proven that tickets were being bought by Lori Vallow for Chad Daybell to travel through the credit cards and the banking. I do believe that Pryor's aggression is due to the fact that he realizes the implication here, how bad it makes Chad look for conspiracy purposes. And if they prove the conspiracy, murder is just a step away. Remember, they do not have to prove that he laid hands on anyone to convict for murder, the way these charges are laid out. Yeah, Liam says, but it being on the timeline is creating more casualty through correlation than is currently proved by the prosecution. Yes, it is, but it is on the timeline because that is how this particular detective was investigating it. And this is the things that he noted. And that's what this timeline is about, right? And it is correlated. I get that. They are just tying together the links here. I mean, they're not going to be able to prove any conversation that Lori and Chad had together in regards to the missing children uh doing these acts and or the death of Charles Vallow and or the death of Tammy Daybell. I doubt very much they're going to come up with some hot ticket item of a conversation where they planned everything. That's not it. What they're trying to prove that there was an ongoing situation here and that resulted in these deaths. This is a very long sidebar. I would imagine there's some things to work out. I mean, the judge is in the position where he needs to make sure that there's a fair trial. So he has to allow the defense the opportunity to push back on evidence and testimony for his client's benefit. Well, and to be fair, but to keep within the rules of the court. I mean, you're not allowed to just attack a witness and just say, like, you're just trying to represent this and this is what you want the jury to believe. That's argumentative. That's telling a story which John Pryor has been doing in his style somewhat. He's very narrative. He tells a story, and it's what he wants the jury to think. He tells the jury exactly what they want them to think, but it's not always a question to the witness. It's like a roundabout kind of thing. I think you can because he also, Rocket Couch wants to know if we could call that on the bingo card, changing the story, because Pryor was actively attacking the detective's timeline. Not only did he attack his timeline, but basically when he was changing the story would apply because he actually misrepresented what he heard as far as the testimony in regards to the bank accounts and credit card accounts. He tried to get the detective to say there were multiple bank accounts in both Lori and Alex's name, and that's not true. It was only the credit cards. They did not have a joint bank account anywhere. So that would be changing the story. That yeah, right? Yeah, it's not in the storybook you wrote. Exactly, Anna. Yeah. The more that John Pryor can attack the investigation as them getting facts wrong or them misstating things, it does give the jury a look into that not everything is as it appears, so to speak, which is something like the defense is putting forward often when talking with the witnesses, in especially in regards to like what the evidence actually means. They're saying, well, you think it means this, but could it also be that? You know, eh, he's been doing that with every witness, so it's interesting. But at this point, with all of the evidence that they have in regards to the interrelationships of everyone involved, I don't know where else they can go as far as defense. Mm. This sidebar is long. I do wish I could hear this sidebar. Yes, creating doubt or confusion, which leads to reasonable doubt, which leads to non-conviction, right, Anna? Okay, so the attorneys are leaving the sidebar.
All rise. If the court get in session.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on CR 22211623. We took a sidebar. There had been a concern about potentially some unauthorized recording of the proceedings. The court would remind all of those in attendance that according to the court's courtroom conduct order, no unauthorized recording of any type, audio or video, is permitted. And if you have a device doing that, you may not only be required to leave the courtroom, you could be held in contempt by the court. So I will remind those in attendance here of that. We didn't confirm anything. That was the reason for the delay, is to address that concern. I do want the jurors to know it was only a concern about a potential recording of audio, and also that the delay was not in any way caused by anything done by counsel, the state or the defense here. It was simply us trying to maintain the court's order of the courtroom without unauthorized recording taking place, which again, we have not even confirmed occurred. That was the purpose of the delay. So I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Pryor. If you'd like to get on with your cross-examination at this point, then you may continue.
And could I inquire the last question, just so I know where I was?
There was a question actually with a sustained objection that was argumentative. And so I think if you just want to start over on a new
Okay.
question, you were talking about the 2019 timeline.
So if I understand on the timeline of 2019, the purpose is to show contact between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
Well, it shows that Lori is paying for Chad's flights, so there is some contact there.
Okay. Okay. And we don't know what those flights are for, right?
No,
And how many flights are you claiming he paid, or that she paid for him
on this page here or in total?
total?
I'd have to review the whole document to see it.
Go ahead. If you need to do that, refresh your recollection, go ahead.
Can I use my exhibit here? 'Cause it's-
Absolutely,
okay.
please.
Appears to be just 2 flights.
And those would be on the 2019 of January and March of 2019, correct?
Yes.
That really has nothing to do with the death of Charles Vallow, does it?
No,
Okay. What it has to do is apparently one of them's buying flights for the other, right?
yes,
And it's not really suggesting anything else other than that, right?
no.
Okay. Okay. Did you happen to know the facts surrounding Charles Vallow's death?
I don't know all the facts, but I'm aware of some of them.
And you're also aware that Chad Daybell hasn't been criminally implicated in being charged with any of the matters relating to Charles Vallow, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So when we're looking at when they met and at the top where you said Charles Vallow's death, all due respect, officers, this seems to be implying that in some way buying 2 tickets, Lori Vallow buying Chad Daybell 2 tickets somehow implicates him in that. That's not what you're suggesting, is it?
No,
Okay. Now you mentioned, and Judge, could I have exhibit 34? And I'm going to move for admission of G through, I think it's J. The ones that have not been admitted as of yet. I think A through F have been admitted. The remainder on that drive, I'm asking to be admitted by stipulation of the parties, Judge.
All right, it's on a thumb drive, Mr. Pryor.
Yeah, if I could have the thumb drive, Judge, I can take the exhibit, plug it in, and then discuss what I need to discuss with the officer.
Okay, you can go ahead and plug that in. Before we publish anything, we need to go through whether or not these additional exhibits are admitted or not.
They've been stipulated, Judge, as admission,
Okay,
the state and myself.
so G through J, the state does not object to them being admitted. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, without seeing it on the screen. I'm not exactly sure what this exhibit is though at the
All right.
moment.
If you'll just speak up, if you see something you believe was not admitted by stipulation, I'll rule at this point exhibit 34 remaining documents G through J are admitted. And Mr. Pryor, perhaps you could make a proffer of what each one is before you publish it, just so the state's aware.
Okay, and Judge, just so the all the parties understand, those are just emails by Alex Cox, or excuse me, emails. Those are searches by Alex Cox in relation to firearms during a pertinent period, and that's what those were. And Judge, they are part and parcel of the mass stipulation regarding all of the contents of, I think it's Homer J. Maximus on exhibit number 34, which by agreement of the prosecution, the state, all of the contents of the Homer J. Maximus account are stipulated to be admissible.
Okay,
May I proceed, Your Honor?
you may.
So, officer, we're going to switch again. You testified about the records as they relate to Alex Cox and the period of time when there were some interest in firearms, correct?
Correct.
And what I heard your testimony, at least the way I took it, is that you're suggesting that that's the only time that Alex Cox ever looked at firearms.
Objection misstates the testimony.
I'll rephrase.
Go ahead.
Are you suggesting that that was the only time that Alex Cox ever looked at firearms?
No,
Okay, so the purpose of identifying firearms during that specific period was just to show that on his purchases, he seemed to buy a lot of firearms at that time.
in that short amount of time, correct.
Okay. Were you aware that he had looked at firearms on other occasions?
No,
Are you aware of anything that would prevent Alex Cox from purchasing firearms?
no,
Were you aware in anything in previous life as it related to Alex Cox, a felony conviction that would prevent Alex Cox from purchasing firearms?
I understand that there was an arrest, but it did not hamper or hinder his ability to obtain firearms.
Okay, and the nature of that arrest was what?
I believe it was a
Your
physical.
Honor, I'm going to object at this point. I think that pursuant to the court's earlier order, I don't think this can go any further.
Also,
It's
Stan,
irrelevant.
it's calling for something that's I've considered irrelevant, but if you want to re-ask the question, Mr. Pryor, as it just relates to the type of charge or conviction.
So there was a felony conviction, or there was a felony conviction of Alex Cox in what year, sir?
Unknown year. I don't know what year it was.
In his previous history.
Yes,
Okay. And as a result of that, you're not aware of whether or not that was a restriction on his ability to purchase firearms. Is that right?
my understanding is that the arrest or the plea agreement or something to that effect didn't violate or hinder his ability to obtain firearms. That's my understanding of it.
Okay. So in other words, the disposition and after the disposition, when he was sentenced and it was resolved, your position is that it didn't inhibit him in any way to pursue or an interest in any kind of firearms.
It's my understanding.
And where did you gain that knowledge from?
I don't recall. It was, I don't recall specifically where I heard that.
Okay. Judge, I'm just waiting for this to queue up. There we are. So again, as part of your, and we may not have to go into this, but as part of your determination, all you were really looking at during that period was an interest in a purchase of firearms in that specific period, correct?
If we were looking for that specifically, but it did, having reviewed the documents for the year of 2019, in that short amount of time, there was some purchases being made.
Okay. But you didn't look back in any other periods, is that right?
No, we were,
You didn't,
I'm sorry,
sorry.
we were just looking in a specific time frame for
Okay.
JJ and Tylee.
Okay. And you mentioned a shooting of Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
Yes,
And were you aware that the evidence as far as Tammy Daybell is that she was alleging that it was a paintball gun?
I'm aware of that.
Okay, so how is it that talking to this jury about all these purchases of firearms has anything to do with a paintball incident?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
You can answer it, sir.
Repeat the question, please.
How is all of the purchase of these firearms during that period have anything to do with Tammy Daybell having a paintball gun shot at her?
As far as the timeline was concerned, it doesn't, but
Okay.
it was on the timeline of events for the year.
Oh, okay. And you chose which events are on the timeline, right?
They were major events, if you will, for key dates.
Okay. And some of those major events were a paintball gun being shot at you, right?
Yes.
Okay. I at any time during the review of all of the bank records, did Chad and Lori ever have a joint account at any time?
I don't believe they did,
Okay,
even after they were married.
right. They never commingled their money, did they?
Not that we were, no.
Okay. Yet Alex and Lori did, right?
Yes, on that one account, yes.
Okay. Now you talked about Tylee's bank account and how you believe that it was used after what you feel is the date that Tylee had the last known proof of life, right? And you and
Which
also,
account was that?
well, it was the account where you talked about the Costa Vida, the 2 trips to Costa Vida.
That would be her BBVA account, yes.
Okay. Did you look into who were the participants in that Costa Vida?
Yeah, we attempted to. I went down in person and met with the managers of both stores. We obtained the receipts for them, and we were asking if they had any kind of video or anything that would show whether it was a take-in or a a takeout or a dine-in.
Right.
And there was no video, too much time had passed for any video feed to show exactly who used the card. But we know when that Tylee's phone was in the immediate area of the cell tower footage, or in the range of the cell towers next to the Costa Vida that would fall into that area. And based on when Chad and Lori were detained in Hawaii in possession of Tylee's phone, that led us to believe that it was not Tylee that made that purchase.
Okay.
Supposed to be.
And I appreciate that, but I'm grateful for you to point out that you took the liberty of looking at the GPS information for Tylee's phone. I appreciate that. Did you happen to look at the GPS information as it relates to Alex Cox on both of those days and whether he was at the Costa Vida?
I did not review those.
Would it surprise you that it was Alex Cox at the Costa Vida on both of those at both of those instances with Lori Vallow using that particular account? Would that surprise you?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
I just asked him if it surprised him, Judge.
Well, the way it's asked, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So you didn't look at Alex Cox's GPS records to determine whether Alex Cox was one of the people at Costa Vida during that luncheon and the use of Tylee's card, right?
I just know that Tylee's phone was down in that
Okay.
area, and that's all I can testify to.
Okay. But you didn't go any further. You had access to the GPS records of those folks, right?
I did not. I would go and ask, and and then information would come back just to follow up on information. That's all. I didn't
Well,
review.
so as part of a law enforcement cooperative with all of these folks, you weren't sharing GPS information with the other agencies regarding Alex Cox's GPS information?
Not a forensic computer analysis.
Okay.
That's not my position at the police department. So
Well,
I didn't have physical custody of that.
Well, and I guess that's why I'm wondering how important this information is that the card was used, because you had the ability to check Alex Cox's phone to determine he was there, right?
The ability.
Yeah, you had the ability to inquire from one of the many agencies working on this thing as to determine who exactly was there, because you had everybody's phones, right?
Tylee's card was used and Tylee's phone was in the air in that immediate area. That's all the information I had.
So you're not looking to suggest by telling this jury that the card was used illegally, that it was people who were engaged in, you're not suggesting Mr. Daybell was there, are you?
That's unknown. I don't know.
Well, and that's what thank you for saying that, because I'm trying to figure out what was the purpose of you telling this jury that the card was used unlawfully. Was it to shed light on somebody, or to just to maybe create a hunch that maybe Mr. Daybell was there when he wasn't?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
The fact is, you didn't go the extra step to find the unknown as to who was using the card, did you?
I went the extra step and went down to see if there was video of somebody using the card, and just knowing that the record of Tylee's phone being used. There was no other record of Tylee being around. So that's followed up on.
And I think maybe we're not communicating very clearly. So maybe I need to make it a little clearer. I understand you're saying Tylee wasn't there to use that, but you didn't look into who was using it, did you?
Objection, misstates the testimony. He testified that he did look into that.
Sustained.
Okay. You didn't use any additional GPS information to pin down exactly who was there using the phone, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, there's no information to suggest that Chad Daybell took any of the funds from the Social Security of Tylee or JJ, right?
Correct.
Okay. So those allegations have to do with Lori Vallow.
Yes.
So in regards to Chad Daybell, the issues of all that social security and then the money that was taken is just a reflection on Lori Vallow. It's not a reflection on Chad Daybell, is it?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude the cross. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to redirect, you may.
Just very briefly. Detective, just for clarity, was one of your assignments to review the finances of some of the individuals in this case?
Yes.
Were you responsible for GPS data?
No.
And Detective, you were asked about on your timeline the significance of Lori Vallow booking flights for Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Why was that significant to your investigation?
In the totality of the travel timeline, it shows when they meet and then Lori begins buying Chad's flights, paying for Chad's flights, and then Lori traveling to Idaho quite a few times during that window.
So defense counsel asked you about whether or not Mr. Daybell was traveling for business purposes when Lori booked him those flights, correct?
Yes.
In all your review of the finances, are you aware of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell being in a business together?
No,
But were they in a relationship together?
I believe so. Yes.
And counsel asked you about the social security funds that Lori Vallow received.
Yes.
Was she married to Chad Daybell when she received some of those funds?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And I don't believe that opens up any grounds for cross, so that will conclude the testimony then of Detective Kunsaitis. Is this witness going to be recalled, counsel?
Your Honor, he will be.
All right,
And he's under subpoena from my office as well, Judge.
all right. So Detective Kunsaitis, then this exclusionary rule still prohibits you from viewing any of the testimony or discussing in your testimony with others that testify in the trial between now and the time you're recalled. I mentioned that because this case is being live streamed, so please don't access or watch the case, and I'll be questioning you as to whether or not you followed this instruction before you return for testimony later, whenever that occurs.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff, for clearing off the witness stand there. Is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will that be?
The state would call Michael Douglas.
You happen to know what his title is?
A forensic accountant.
Okay.
And Your Honor, before I inquire, I do have courtesy copies for the court of his exhibits. And then this goes to the defense.
Okay, I'll have the bailiff submit those.
Appreciate it.
All right, the witness has now been sworn. Let me just inquire before you begin testifying, based on the court's exclusionary rule. Have you watched any of this testimony that's occurred in the trial thus far?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about their testimony that they've provided in the case?
No, sir.
All right, with that affirmation then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. And before I do, can I just verify with the court that State's Exhibit 77 has been admitted?
Yes. Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Michael Douglas, Douglass.
What is your occupation
I'm a forensic accountant,
and who do you work for?
the FBI or the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
Nearly 7 years. I'm close enough.
And what work did you do before that?
I was a tax and fraud auditor for the State Tax Commission for 4 years.
Is there a title beyond forensic accountant that we should call you, or is Mr. Douglas okay?
Mr. Douglas is fine.
Okay. And tell me what a forensic accountant does.
In sum, we review electronic and financial data, create a financial analysis, provide this information to the investigative team, discuss this with the prosecutors, hold interviews with subjects and witnesses, and testify to our findings.
Right. And when you do a forensic accounting, do you just look at bank accounts, financial records? Do you take other, well, I'll just ask it like that. Do you only look at bank accounts and financial records?
No.
What else do you do?
Individual search history usually provides additional data where they might be banking at. So search history is one, apps that they have on their phone would be another. So in some electronic data, as well as the financials, provide us additional information where to search records.
Right. And in terms of your investigation overall, do you look at an investigation as a whole when you're doing a forensic accounting to see how the finances might affect other events?
We do, yes.
How did you become involved in the case regarding Mr. Daybell?
My office had been involved with the investigation for a few months before I was inquired to be upon the investigation or in the investigation. I was told that there was a voluminous amount of financial records and requests that had gone out and sought out to review that information.
And so tell us about some of the work you did. How did you get started? What did you do first?
A lot of the work had been done for me before I got on. The PD had sent out multiple search warrants and subpoenas for the financial records, some travel information. And then when I was brought on around March of 2020, a lot of the records were starting to come in and started reviewing just as it trickled in and built a large spreadsheet of whose account, whose transactions these were, what bank they were affiliated with. And it got to the tune of nearly 80 bank accounts and credit cards.
All right.
Statements.
And you said the PD. Can you tell the jury
Sorry.
what the PD is?
The Rexburg Police Department. Sorry.
And so you worked for the FBI, but you worked with the Rexburg Police Department at some level in this case.
I did.
All right. And I'm sorry, you said approximately 80 accounts were looked at.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that can I have the witness be handed State's Exhibit 111? Detective, is part of, well, I'll wait till you get that.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 111?
I am.
What does it purport to be?
This is a timeline that I created regarding Tylee's bank account records, including her JP Morgan Chase account and her BBVA, or as I also call it, her Compass account, and the transactions that took place monthly in each.
Is the full name of BBVA Compass?
It's a Southern bank, but yeah, BBVA Compass is the full.
And so as part of your investigation, did you do a review of Tylee's finances?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So with Tylee's, originally we had a much smaller, we had to send a supplemental request to get the full data. Tylee was a minor, so she had a bank account with her mother, Lori. And this included what will be noted as in blue as the JP Morgan Chase account, 3918 deposits. Tylee was receiving Social Security, as I'll discuss later, from the death of her father, Joe Ryan. And these deposits, that's what the blue indicates. The orange is indicative of the transactions that were taking place in this account. And then Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA Compass account ending 5794. The deposits that go into this, I'll explain later. These come from an account that Lori had with BBVA. And then the withdrawals will be noted in red of the transactions that took place starting in August and in March of 2020.
And so on State's Exhibit 111, is this a document you created?
Yes,
And is it, is the purpose of this document to demonstrate the level of transactions in these accounts over a given period of time?
it is.
And did you prepare this
I did.
based on those bank accounts you just discussed?
Correct.
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Is it your belief that this would aid the jury in understanding the level of transactions over time in Tylee Ryan's bank accounts?
Yes,
And is this a true and accurate copy of what you created?
this is. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 111 be admitted into evidence for demonstrative purposes.
For demonstrative purposes, there's no objection, Your Honor.
Very well. Exhibit 111 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
And Mr. Douglas, you kind of described it earlier, but can you walk us through how you created this document?
So the original data I took from the bank statements that came in from the bank, put that into an Excel spreadsheet, and then basically separated that data out monthly to show deposits and withdrawals that took place within the accounts, and over time, the change in the account specifically to August and September.
All right, and this graph represents the number of transactions, correct?
Correct.
Not a dollar amount.
No.
So what did you learn in your investigation as you put this together?
So first, I would like to say Tylee was very responsible with her money. I never saw a negative balance in her account, but this includes the deposits that were coming into her account, specifically from the money she was receiving from Social Security, And then as noted in orange, these were the monthly transactions, basically what I'll refer to as brick and mortar, as well as her electronic. She had electronic payments for her Apple account, her T-Mobile, as well as her Jeep that I'll discuss later.
And so on that graph, on August of 2019 to September of 2019, it appears there's a change in the number of transactions. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why was that important to you in your investigation?
So Kylie had her JP Morgan account, as did her mother Lori, had multiple JP Morgan accounts. Tyler was making her payments on time and had no reason for the change in her financial status. As I'll describe later, Tylee's Social Security payments get transferred from her JP Morgan account to her mother's BBVA account, her mother being Lori, to which it stays that way, like it never transfers back. This information in August shows that Tylee opens a BBVA Compass account, but the money that goes into it is transferred to her from Lori. Again, she doesn't ever get the money directly. I will also note that we'll discuss later that she had a job working for her uncle, Jeff Shiflett, Dr. Shiflett at J&S Investments too.
Right, and does that account for some of the deposits?
Yes, earlier in the beginning of 2019.
And again, just to clarify, those numbers just represent transaction numbers, not dollar amounts.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112.
Judge, could we approach briefly?
Yes.
Another sidebar. I will have to admit, as annoying as John Pryor can be for me, it's hard to listen to him. He is making headway, in my opinion, with the jury. He is actually doing his best to sow doubt, and he's doing a good job attacking the investigation and the links. Because so far, as slow as this is going forward, it is all just connections on what is that conspiracy or murder. We have weeks to go, and I hope we've got more than this forensic accounting and financial information to go with. I am not hearing anything, but I can see Rob Wood is talking. I can see that Rob Wood is speaking, but I do not hear anything coming through. Do you guys? Like, I'm not hearing it on the other feed for East Idaho either. I can see that he's talking, but there's no feed. They're not calling nothing from the court stream, nothing on East Idaho. This is the actual court stream coming right through us. So it's not us. It's definitely on the court end. East Idaho doesn't have it coming through either, and nobody seems to notice. Nobody's hit the button or said anything yet. Well, I will keep my mic on until I hear them come back. But somebody forgot to press the button on the mic. But somebody should know that the call that it's not recording. I do agree, Rocket Couch, that if John Pryor keeps this up like for the the next couple of weeks, that they're going to get tired of like just how he does it. But I do think that he may be making some headway. It was a sidebar, but now I can actually see Rob Wood on the podium. They've got evidence on the screen. It was in the beginning, and then they came back. But when they came back, we couldn't hear. We don't hear anything since they've been back from the sidebar. You can see that Rob Wood is speaking. It looks like the witness is answering too. I can see his mouth moving, and I see evidence on the screen. Like there's proceedings going on. Like we just can't hear what they're saying.
Was a co-signer on, and they co-signed on this Jeep April 17th of 2019. And Tylee started making those payments June 3rd of 2019. And then as noted below, in July 11th of 2019, this is when Charles Vallow size.
Right, and Charles Vallow was Tylee's stepfather.
Correct.
And this is still the same timeline, correct?
This is the same timeline.
Can you tell us about the first couple of boxes?
So I was given this information that through Lori's iCloud account that July 18th of 2019, Lori had texted Chad that she would not be receiving life insurance money regarding the death of Charles Vallow, but she would be receiving $4,000 a month Social Security. July 24th of 19, this is the last Social Security payment deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, and in 3918.
Okay. It looks like on 8/12/19, this is kind of a different subject. What happened there?
So we found out that Lori had a life insurance policy in her name to the tune of $2 million. And there was a change made on this life insurance policy, making Colby Ryan, Tylee's older brother, the sole beneficiary or 100% beneficiary.
So she didn't include JJ or Tylee on that.
They weren't included, no.
All right. Your Honor, the court had asked us to stop at 2:20.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood. We will take a mid-afternoon recess at this time. We'll continue on till 3:30 today. To the extent we can keep this break a little shorter, if possible, to get all the jurors accommodated, perhaps 20 minutes, we could come back on at 2:30.
You want to sit through this?
All rise, please.
I had thought he said we wouldn't be taking a break, but I might have I guess I misheard him. But we are going to be breaking for the day on time. There's a lot of disruptions today, a lot of tech issues today. It seems like everywhere, including in the court. This one's only going to be 20 minutes. So I will stay up here for the 20 minutes until they come back. But I'm not going to drop that. I'm keeping my eye right on that feed. I don't know. That was a really odd. Like we missed a whole bunch of that testimony in the beginning. But there are people posting about it. We did hear how they were. Douglas was saying how he does the how he does his auditing. He asked him to explain how audits and other investigations are done, how he got into the investigation, and then how he started to build that spreadsheet that they were going over. And it got to include around 80 different accounts when they got together with everything in regards to Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Alex Cox, Chad Daybell, all the different accounts, just tracing everything back and forth. The text message that they indicated saying that Lori did inform Chad about the insurance policy, about not getting any life insurance and how that was all changed on Charles Vallow's end, and when she would be depositing the money that she got from Social Security. So there's not going to be the ability of John Pryor to say that Chad Daybell didn't even know Lori was getting the security, because he did. And of course, they were married during some of those transactions. And money is hitting joint accounts. There's not going to be able to say he didn't know where that money was coming from. But as you know, we're going forward, we see that these are all just links to each other. Well, do they show what I think the foundation is being laid for is to show that Chad Daybell had knowledge of what was going on. And that's very important for the charges that are being made against him. If they can prove that he knew what was happening and didn't do anything to prevent it, he can be, based on the jury, if they feel strong enough, he can be convicted of murder on that. Knowledge of the fact and not changing it is one of the constituents in the charge that is being made. They don't have to prove he did the murder. They have to prove that he knew it was going to happen. He didn't do anything to stop it, or he did things to actually help move it along, or plan, or aid in the bed. Aiding and abetting in it is also going to be it. Remember, in a robbery, even though the driver of the vehicle may not commit the robbery. If he aids and abets the robbery, he faces the same charges. It's kind of like this. When we looked up the statute, and I posted those links for you the other day, in regards to the murder charge in Idaho that Chad Daybell is facing with the conspiracy charges, they don't have to prove he committed the murder. Knowledge of it, aiding and abetting, and not preventing it from happening are all going to be indicators for the charge of guilty if the jury so sees. Now, whether or not he'll get the death penalty for it, well, we'll have to see what the rest of the evidence puts forward and how the jury feels. The disregard for life, total disregard for your life. Life is one of the aggravating factors that can allow the death penalty to be in the sentencing for murder and conspiracy. Is it total disregard for life to act like the children don't exist before their bodies are even found? I think the foundation they are trying to put here is that they acted like the children didn't exist, didn't put them on applications because they knew they were no longer here. Rocket South says probably trying to prove that they were partners in crime. Then it gets easier to link him to what's already been proven in the other trial. Exactly. Well, as we know, Pryor keeps coming forward and saying things like, well, Chad Daybell isn't indicated in Charles Vowell's murder, right? We're like, yeah, okay. Well, that's not the murders he's charged with. Like, he's charged JJ and Ty Lee and Tammy Daybell, his wife. Not being indicated in one murder doesn't mean you shouldn't have been indicated in the others. I'm just saying. Well, if your job is to sow doubt, it can be effective. There's a lot of talk in the socials about Melanie Gibb right now. Apparently, she's going to be the problem. She is the main witness for prosecution in regards to evidence against Lori Vallow. She is Lori Vallow's friend and gave a lot of evidence in regards to things that Lori had said and things that Lori had done, which helped to convict her. Well, there seems to be some pushback on what her motives were and whether she's actually credible. And I think that's where John Pryor is going to be going when that testimony actually comes forward. There is I posted it in the Discord. Well, let me get you the link. For those of you during the break or for after, there's an hour-long call that's being circulated right now on the socials that Melanie Gibb, it's titled, like it's a YouTube video, and it's titled The Call She Doesn't Want You to Hear. I have not listened to the whole thing yet, so I can't really speak on it. But for those of you that are interested, I just like to share the information and get it out there. Yeah. They're looking for the guy in the gallery who was admonished for recording earlier to help them fix their own issues. Maybe. Yeah. You mean the person that was actually making another feed from the courtroom because the courtroom feed keeps going down or losing sound or whatever? Yeah. I wonder. It just seems to be just a bad tech day everywhere for everybody. Being one of those victims of bad tech today, I could just say I cannot wait for my nap later. This has been much. This has been much. They do want to finish at 3:30 today. which in Idaho, like that translates to 5:30 my time, and it being 4:30 already here, the afternoon testimony is going to go pretty quick. The rest of it after the break will be less than an hour. Also, this forensic accountant is from the FBI, Michael Douglas, that I did look up and find. I didn't have a picture or anything, but I like the way he answers the questions with even more detail than what the immediate, like, there's no yes and no. There's actual real context there, which is nice. You can tell he's used to testifying. Oh, and they're having difficulty with the payment systems too. Is that on a YouTube channel? I know that Shill had said that last night on YouTube, people were actually like randomly being deleted from accounts, not being able to chat in live chats, weird things happening with accounts. Someone else said all of their was it Aunt Jer or someone came in earlier and said all their subscriptions were wiped from YouTube, like, and they had to re-up with everybody. That's crazy. We know that Discord was having a problem. I had trouble with Facebook like a couple of days ago. Nothing to this extent, though. It was just not being able to access the account due to someone tried to change the password on it. And so they give you a little cooldown period before you can contact them, and then you can prove who you are, and then you can go in and do it. But it does look like the account, someone had tried to access the account. Yeah, no, I had my personal Facebook account is not very active at all, Mark, but I have one for the channel that I put the videos and all up on so people can find it. But yeah, I'm a dinosaur, I guess. Yeah, I don't really use it that often, and there's not a lot of consistent content there. Oh, they did an update to the app on, Jane, YouTube did. It might be. I don't know. Is there anything still going on with YouTube today though? Like with all of this stuff, I wonder. Most of the stuff that I heard about was all yesterday. Exactly, Jean. What is this book of face which you speak? Something ancient, from a long time ago. And actually, I never really used Facebook that much except for like to play games. Like there's certain games that were only on Facebook a long time ago. Not really so much. When I used to administer a game, like I used to be an admin for a game, like a Facebook group that helped with the game. Like they weren't affiliated with the game, but they helped members play the game, and they all played together. It was kind of like a support fan group of some type, and they had we had our own web page on how to get through certain parts of the game and stuff like that. Like instructions and hints and contests and things like that. And that's where I learned all about Weebly and HTML, and I learned from scratch. I taught myself HTML that way for editing the web pages and code, learning the color codes and all of that. It was tedious work, but I enjoyed it. Making the web pages for the site. It was fun. Yeah. Mom, that was quite a few years ago. So what does everybody else got planned for the evening? Anything exciting? Or I should say for the morning over there, Mark. Like you're just getting your day going, aren't you? And let's see. Liam, your day will be ending. Like it'll be evening by the time we're done. It'll be like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night when we're done trial here. It'll be late there. So I'm curious, how do you all feel about how it's going so far, regards to like prosecution versus defense? Really, I mean, I love this stuff. For me, I like the style of Lyndsey Blake when she's doing her questioning. She's very precise. There's no doubt about where she's going. She can formulate the question in such a way that does not get objections. And when she does get an objection, she's actually able to reformulate it immediately and still get the information across, which was nice. Rob Wood is very soft spoken, but he's very direct. He's pragmatic. When he comes back on redirect and just boom, boom, 2 questions to clear up whatever it was that John Pryor just put out there. As in regards to Detective Kunsaitis when he says like, well, you didn't use GPS, but was that in your wheel? Was that in your scope? And he's like, no. And he's like, was Chad and Lori married when they deposited the last bit of funds? Yes. You know what, Rocket Couch? I see that with HTML, like whether it comes normal or upside down. I had that a lot with images. Like you could never figure out like why one day the image would work just fine and the next day it would be like all messed up. It was insane. Like I would create pages with little image shots and stuff like that. It was always a crapshoot on whether it would be aligned right and everything would work. Sometimes, no matter what you did, the image just would not go in properly. Nothing exciting there, Mark, for the day. And it says she's waiting for the rest of the evidence. So far, it's been a bit of a mix. Yes, mostly financial stuff. Well, in the beginning, it was about the investigation. It was important things like, Chad and Lori not returning calls as to the whereabouts of the children, not wanting to talk to anyone about it. Rocket Cow says Pryor spends 30 minutes asking a witness about GPS coordinates. Then Wood comes in, and you said earlier your role is to refill the copy machine, correct? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Like just to say, like, just to put like, how irrelevant all of that was. Yeah. Well, I did notice that he really wanted to get in that thing with John Ryan and Alex Cox because he really wants everything pinned on Alex Cox, who's not here to defend himself and who has actually admitted to the shooting of Charles Vallow. But it would be very convenient if they could pin all of it on Alex Cox. Now, no one is going to say that Alex Cox is innocent. He is very, very close to Lori Vallow, and he was her champion. Okay, or as a brother, he believed her when she said that Charles Vallow was mistreating her. That's the thing. I'm going to put this one up, Rocket Couch, because this is what I think too. And this is in regards to John Pryor, correct? Because this attorney really doesn't care who he is cross-examining on the witness stand. He wants to tell his story. It doesn't really matter the questions he's asking them. He has a story and a narrative he wants out, and he's just standing in front of you and just wants to say it. And sometimes it has nothing to do with the witness who's on the stand. And that has been for repeated witnesses that I've seen in his crosses so far. So Angela says, thankfully her unsubscribing wasn't permanent. You didn't have to go back and resub. That's great. Oh, you just reinstalled the app and it fixed it? You shook your phone, blew into the cartridge, and tapped it on the table. And then everything was fine. Like, so you didn't have to curse at it or anything. That's good. This is standard answer. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Right, Rocky Couch? It's like the first thing tech.
Thank you. Please
support.
be seated.
Oh, here we go. We are back.
Mr. Bailiff, if they're ready, please have the jurors return to the courtroom.
We are bringing in the jury again, and then we will continue with the rest of the afternoon. It always takes a few. I know they always turn that mic on right before, and he hasn't even actually said court is back in session yet until the jury gets seated, unless they have something to talk about. And we will be continuing. I am thinking with the direct of Michael Douglas, the FBI forensic accountant, by Rob Wood. Because Rob Wood made the notation before they went on break that the judge had reminded him about time, and he stopped at a specific time. Kind of indicating to me that he may have more questions for this witness. All right, we shall see.
All right.
I think
The
it's
jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Wood, you can continue with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can continue publishing.
You may.
All right, Mr. Douglas, I believe when we left off, we talked about the box marked 8/12/2019.
That's correct.
Tell us about the next couple of boxes in your timeline.
So on August 14th of 2019, Lori applied for her Rexburg apartment, and on the application, she stated that she was receiving $5,740 Social Security due to a dead husband. 2 days later, August 16th of 2019, Tylee's Social Security payments received a change to be deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. On August 19th of 2019, Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA account, which ends in the 5794.
And just really quickly, that is a separate account than the sole BBVA account of Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct. Lori's ended in the 3229, Tylee's ended in the 5794.
Tell us about the box with under 8/28/2019.
So this is when Tylee's Social Security payments start being deposited into Lori's account ending 3229.
And what happened next?
Okay. And then as noted below, we have the move to Rexburg with Lori and the children. And then on September 8th of 2019, while Tylee Tyler received a text message from Colby. Colby was inquiring from Tyler or for her to send him some money via Venmo. This was a regular occurrence, to which Tyler responded back that she couldn't Venmo him money because mom gets her money now. On the same day, as I stated before, I don't just review financial records, we review electronic data as well. Noted that Chad had searched the wind direction in his search history. And this is also the same day as the last known sighting of Tyler Ryan.
What do you have on September 9th, 2019?
On September 9th, we discovered an email from Lori to her accountant that she had with her husband, Charles Vallow, gentleman by the name of Mike Edson. He was their tax accountant, and she was inquiring about a tax refund she hadn't received yet.
And the next day?
And then on the next day, on September 10th of 2019, Tylee's BBVA account is added as what's called a funding source to Venmo. In short, Venmo is a person-to-person transfer of funds to which you have to link your bank account or your credit card to it. Tylee's BBVA account had not yet been set up on her Venmo account. It was still would have been drawing out of any funds that were in the JP Morgan Chase account.
All right. And then what's marked for 9/20?
And then on 9/20, the data that was provided to us by JP Morgan, this is when Tyler's JP Morgan Chase account is completely closed and the remaining amount was withdrawn.
What happened on 9/22?
As indicated below, this is the last known sighting of JJ Vallow. There's also text information regarding phones associated with Tylee, Lori, and Colby, where either Lori is messaging one or the other or receiving a message from them in request of starting on 9/22 of 19 and including the other dates, October 1st, October 14th, November 22nd, and November 25th of 19 of either requesting or stating that a Venmo payment would be sent to Colby.
And who was requesting Venmo payments?
Colby would request them, but these messages specifically were Lori either texting Tylee's account or Tylee's phone saying to send Colby money, or Lori would text Colby saying that she had transferred money into Tylee's account and Tylee would send the money to Colby.
What's the next event?
So on the bottom, on October 9th of 2019, this is a reported shooting at Miss Tammy Daybell. The following date,
Grounds. Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, I think the evidence has shown so far that, especially with the way he said that is not an inaccurate statement.
All right, and I agree, looking at the time frame as well, or the timeline exhibit here, I'll overrule the objection.
What happened on October 10th?
On October 10th, so Venmo also provided the IP data regarding the transfers of the funds. And in regards to the IP data associated with Tylee's Venmo account on October 10th of 19, a transfer of funds from Tylee's bank account via Venmo was sent to Colby with the IP being in Kansas City, Missouri.
And then if you just go through the last few boxes.
And then to finish up, on October 9th of 19, this is the reported death of Miss Tammy Daybell. On November 5th of 2019 being the wedding of Chad and Lori. And then on June 9th of 20 is the date that we discovered the bodies of Tylee and JJ.
And just to be clear, those dates are on there from what you testified to put this financial information in view of the complete timeline and investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Douglas, we've been talking about Tylee and a financial timeline you prepared for her. Uh, In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a similar timeline for JJ and financial information regarding him?
I did.
Did you do that in preparation for your testimony?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 113. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 113?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is a similar timeline, but for JJ.
And you just testified that you prepared this.
I prepared this.
And did you do so in an effort to aid the jury in understanding the financial records regarding JJ Vallow?
That is correct.
And what did you use to create that timeline?
This one, there's similar data on this, also included are some history from, again, or Lori's, her iCloud account, the rental agreement, and the Social Security and bank records.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the document you created?
It is.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 113 be entered into evidence.
All right. Very well. States Exhibit 113 is entered and admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, is this the financial timeline we just spoke of?
It is.
Where does this timeline begin?
This one, due to JJ not receiving Social Security funds until later into 2019, I started this with the date that is reported to be when Chad and Lori met.
All right, and then what's the next event?
The death of his father, Charles Vallow,
And that was on,
July 11th of 19.
walk us through the next couple of boxes.
Again, Lori texting Chad about receiving the $4,000 a month Social Security, but not receiving the life insurance money. JJ was reported to have an emotional support dog or a support dog of nature. And this on October 9th of 2019 is reported that Lori had posted this dog for sale on Animal Direct. On August 12th of 19, again, the life insurance money or life insurance policy being changed to Colby to the tune of $2 million that did not list JJ on it.
All right, and then, and that was the same that was on Lori's, or I apologize, on Tylee's?
On Tyler's, correct.
And what's the next date and what happened then?
On August 14th of 19, again, this is when Lori applied for the apartment in Rexburg. She stated that she'd be receiving the $5,740 Social Security. And then moving to this information on the bottom, September 1st, the move of Lori and the children to Rexburg. 9/8 being the last known sighting of Tylee. And then on September 18th of 2019, this is when the Social Security payments regarding JJ were deposited into Lori's account.
Then what happened after that?
And then on September 22nd is the last known sighting of JJ. And then to finish out October 9th, again, October 9th of 19, the incident with Tammy Daybell. October 19th being the death of Miss Daybell, Chad and Lori's wedding on November 5th of 19, and the remains of the children being found on June 9th of 20.
Mr. Douglas, we've spent a fair amount of time talking about finances and social security, correct?
Correct.
At any time, did you prepare an exhibit that showed the amount of social security paid out to that Lori Vallow received on behalf of her children after their last known sightings?
I did.
What did you use to prepare that?
That includes Lori's BBVA account information solely because that's where the funds were being deposited at the time.
And did you prepare that in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the social security payments being made in this case?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 114. I would note that there is a 114A and B in evidence already, but not 114.
All right, thanks for the clarification, Mr. Wood.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 114?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is the Social Security payment table that I created regarding the Social Security deposits being deposited into Lori Vallow's BBVA account.
All right, and is that a true and accurate representation of the chart you made?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes, Exhibit 114 be entered into evidence.
All right, without objection, then Exhibit 114 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you explain how you put this chart together?
So this information is derived, again, just solely from the deposits of Social Security into Lori's BBVA account. As reflected on here, I labeled each account as to the individual that the money was being deposited from or the benefits from. And the benefits come from the information from the deceased fathers.
All right, and
Correct.
under the section for Tylee, what is the first date you have marked?
The first date being October 23rd of 19.
And why is that the first date you put there?
We chose that date, or I chose that date, because Social Security is paid later, or back paid. And I didn't feel that it was fair to include payments in September, even though, given the time of death for Tylee, we felt that this was more accurate representation of the funds after the death of the child.
So, okay, so that's the first payment she receives
Mhm.
after you believe that Tylee is deceased.
Correct.
And for JJ, is that, I see a box marked 10/16/2019.
Correct. This would have been the first deposit of his. It is noteworthy that it's obvious that Tylee's deposits were different than JJ and Lori's, to the fact that this is when Tylee's benefits were being deposited into her JP Morgan account and carried forward. That was paid later in the month and on a separate date than JJ and Lori's deposits,
All right.
with the date being October 16th of 19.
And then it looks like you have two sections for Lori. Why is that?
I can't testify to the reason that the box with TCS Treasury 449 being less information given to me, that it could be due to bad debts, it could be college funds that weren't paid, but it was being docked for some reason, but I can't testify to it.
Okay, but is the reason it's in a different box, just that it's a different amount?
Yeah, that's how it's reflected per her bank statement.
And and is there a total amount of money received after what you believe to be the deaths of Tylee and JJ?
Yes, the grand total down the bottom right being the $22,545.05.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation and preparation for today, did you prepare a timeline that identifies what you see as the theft of financial funds from the Social Security Administration?
I did.
How did you prepare that?
Again, given the information from bank statements and the social security information, the time of death of the children, search history reflected information, text messages, emails.
And is some of that information also reflected in the last two documents we've looked at?
That's correct.
But you've included other information as well.
I did.
Did you prepare that document in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
And did you do so in an effort to aid the jury in understanding this complete financial timeline?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 115. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 115?
I do.
What is it?
Is what I titled the grand theft financial timeline.
And is this the document we were just speaking of?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate representation of what you created to aid the jury in understanding this today?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes, that Exhibit 115 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 115 is entered.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you walk us through the first few steps of this timeline?
Well, starting again with on April 3rd of 2018, the death of Joe Ryan, and June 14th of 2018, this is when the Social Security starts being deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, ending 3918. When Lori opens her BBVA account, ending 3229 on October 23rd of 18. The life insurance proceeds being paid out to Lori on October 26th of 18, also being the same date that Lori and Chad met. The death of Charles Vallow on July 11th of 19. On July 12th, Lori's bank card, Bank of Hawaii, is used to make a payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary And this being the same day that Chad calls Valley of the Sun Mortuary.
Okay. uh, And then what happened next?
On July 18th of 19, Lori texts Chad about receiving the $4,000 a month Social Security and not receiving the life insurance. July 24th of 19, this being the last date that Social Security is deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account ending 3918.
Can you walk us through the first couple of boxes there?
On August 12th of 19, this being the date of the change to Colby for the life insurance of Miss Lori. On August 14th of 19, Lori applying for the Rexburg apartment, stating that she's receiving the $5,740 in Social Security. On August 16th of 19, this is when Tylee's payments are changed to be deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. On August 19th of 19, Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA account ending 5794. On August 28th of 19, this being the date that Tylee's Social Security deposit or payments being deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. Lori and the children moving to Rexburg on September 1st of 19. The text messages from Tylee to Colby that mom gets her social or gets her money now. And this is also the date that Tammy's life insurance with LifeMap was increased on September 8th of 19. And also this being the same date, the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan on September 8th of 19.
And what happened on the 10th?
On November 10th of 19, Tylee's BBVA account is as the funding source to her Venmo account.
And what happened on 9/18 of 2019?
On 9/18 of 19, this being the date that Lori and JJ's Social Security funds start being deposited into her BBVA account ending 3229. On September 22nd of 19, the text messages referring to the Venmoing money to Colby, also being the last known sighting of JJ on September 22nd of 19.
And if you can move to 10/9/19?
On 10/9, this being the date of the attempted shooting on Miss Tammy. On 10/10, this being the Venmo activity that took place in Kansas City, Missouri regarding Tylee's Venmo account. The death of Miss Tammy on October 19th of 19. Chad and Lori's wedding on 11/5 of 19. We recovered an email to a rental company named Kauai Dreams on 11/8 of 19, where Chad was inquiring, stating that they were a clean couple with no kids and no pets. On December 20th of 19, this is when Rexburg announced the investigation. January 3rd of 20 being the first search on Chad's property, and June 9th of 20 being the second search where we recovered the remains of the children.
Mr. Douglas, those last several exhibits dealt primarily with the Social Security funds of Tylee and JJ. Did you review financial documents related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
What documents did you look at?
Primarily his Mountain America Credit Union account, including his personal and the business Spring Creek account. But there was also credit cards that were included that we found that we researched as well.
All right. And did you also look at life insurance?
Oh, yes, the life insurance for Tammy, the two policies.
Detective, in preparing for your testimony today, did you, Your Honor, if I could have one moment, I think I have the. All right. In preparation for your testimony today, did you prepare another financial timeline that focused more on Chad Daybell?
I did.
And did you do that in preparation? Well, I just asked that for your testimony today. Did you do that in order to aid the jury to understand the financial documents and time frame in which these transactions took place related to this case?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 116.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is a financial timeline regarding Chad and Tammy's finances, to also include information regarding Lori and life insurance and travel information.
And is this this is the document we were just previously speaking of?
Correct.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the document you created?
It is.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 116 be entered into testimony.
No objection.
Into evidence. I apologize.
Exhibit 116 is entered and admitted into evidence.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you walk us through the first few steps of this timeline?
I can. October 3rd of 2018, being the first date that I can report that Chad Daybell had purchased a prepaid phone. October 26th of 18, also being the date that Chad and Lori met. On February 23rd of 19, Alex's Barclay card was used to purchase a flight from Lori, or for Lori to Idaho Falls. March 14th of 19, Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona.
To be clear, that Barclay account, that was Alex Cox's account that she had a card on, correct?
Correct. Originally, it was just in Alex's name, but in March, Lori is added as a card holder to where she had her own card on Alex's account.
And what happened next on your timeline?
April 22nd of 19, Lori paid for Chad's flight to Houston using her BBVA account. May 31st of 19, prepaid phone purchase by Chad. Also June 17th of 19, another prepaid phone purchase by Chad. The death of Charles Vallow, July 11th of 19, Lori's Bank of Hawaii card being used to make the payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary, and Chad calling Valley of the Sun Mortuary. On July 18th of 19, Lori texting Chad that she'd be receiving the Social Security, but not the life insurance money.
What do you have marked for July 20th of 2019?
That is the day that Lori used her Bank of Hawaii card to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona. This took place again August 2nd of 19. Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona. August 10th of 19, Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase her flight into Idaho Falls.
And just for clarity, is the Idaho Falls Airport the closest airport to Rexburg, Idaho?
That I know of, aside from flying directly into Rexburg.
Let me rephrase that. Is it the closest airport that you can take commercial flights into?
Yes.
If you can go through the next couple of slides.
On September 1st of 19, this being the move of Lori and the kids to Rexburg, Miss Tammy's increase of her life insurance on September 8th of 19 regarding Life Map, also being the last known date, last known sighting of Tylee. On September 18th of 19, Chad purchased another prepaid phone. On September 22nd of 19, this being the last known sighting of JJ. On October 8th of 19, Chad initiated a refinance with Wells Fargo. On October 9th of 19, the attempted shooting with Miss Tammy. October 19th of 19, Tammy's death. On October 24th of 19, this is when Chad filed with the life insurance company Primerica. And he also, this is when he canceled the refinance with Wells Fargo. And October 30th of 19, Chad files his life insurance claim with Life Map.
You can start us on November 1st, 2019.
On November 1st of 19, Chad received his final check and resigned from LDS Avow.
If you can pause, what is Avow? LDS Avow?
LDS Avow, the Chad would write a column for LDS Avow. Mr. Chris Perrett is, it is his business that he oversees, and he would give Chad a percentage of the fees that he acquired regarding those that would read Chad's column.
And November 5th.
On November 5th, this being the wedding of Chad and Lori. On November 18th, Chad purchased a SIM card and a total wireless phone card. November 29th of 19, this is the trip to Knott's Berry Farms. The information that we acquired from Knott's Berry Farms included a ticket for Chad, 5 of his kids or in-laws, as well as one for Lori. December 20th,
On
19.
those financial records, did it list the names of who those tickets were purchased for?
So Knott's Berry Farms was able to produce copies of the tickets that included the names of the individuals. December 20th of 19, Rexburg announced the investigation into Chad, sorry, let me restate that. December 20th of 19, Rexburg PD announced the investigation. I also noted that Chad had transferred $1,000 each to 3 of his older children, specifically the children that lived near him in the Rexburg area.
And when you say the Rexburg Police Department announced an investigation, what investigation did they announce that day?
At this time, it was the missing of the children. The children were missing at this time and trying to locate the children.
And on January 3rd?
On January 3rd of 20, this being the first search of Chad's property, I also noted that there were 2 transfers to Chad's middle son, Seth, from one being from his business account, one being from his personal account with Mountain America, to the tune of $1,500 to his son, to his son Seth that day. March 6 of 20. This is the date that Lori was extradited from from Hawaii to Idaho. On March 8th of 20, Chad sells his Dodge Dakota and his Chevy Equinox to his two daughters. They both reimbursed him $200 each for both vehicles. And on on June 9th of 20, we discovered that Chad had transferred $8,000 each to his 3 older children that lived in the area the morning of the search, and this being the same date that we located JJ and Tylee's bodies on the property.
Your Honor, they're already in evidence. I'm going to ask to publish States Exhibit 77G and H.
Okay, since they've already been admitted, they may be published.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize States Exhibit 77G?
I do.
What is that?
This, can you scroll or bring it down just a little bit? This account and in 3007 would have been Chad's personal account with Mountain America.
And why was this document of interest to you?
So again, with the date right there, June 9th.
Do you have a pointer?
I do.
You could point to
Yeah.
what you're speaking about.
So June, yeah, twist this here. So on June 9th, there was a transfer of the $10,000 into Chad's from his Spring Creek book account that he had that we'll discuss in a second. The 10,000 making the balance, this 20,000 and change here, and then transfers to his son Seth on June 9th to the tune of $8,000. And then another transfer June 9th to his, the account is in the name of Joseph Murray, but this is also his oldest daughter Emma's account for $8,000 as well, leaving an account balance of the $4,400.
And this is still 77G, second page. Was there anything of note to you regarding your investigation on this page?
So this one shows the savings account that was associated with Chad's personal account. And on the same date of June 9th, a transfer to his oldest son, Garth Daybell, an $8,000 transfer that date as well.
And this is 77H. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the transfer data that Mountain America was able to provide regarding the transfers of the 10,000 into the account that I just spoke of, and then the 3 transfers to the 3 oldest children. And it also includes the date and time of the transfers.
And so I think you've already testified that the date was June 9th, correct?
Correct.
What time, and if you can point, I understand it's small, to the time those transfers were made.
Again, put this thing here. The transfers taking place right here in this area here, right around 9:50 in the morning. And as indicated, they took place Mountain Standard Time, so it would have been 9:50 local.
Your Honor, I have just a couple more exhibits with this witness, but I think they'll probably take more than the 6 minutes. And it would probably be easier to just start with them in the morning. I understand that's 6 minutes early, but I think this would be a good place to stop and continue in the morning.
Okay, I think that makes sense as well, Mr. Wood. Thanks for watching the clock on that. We will conclude with evidence for today then, and I'll go ahead and announce our schedule as well for tomorrow, the rest of the week. We'll continue on with the same schedule basically tomorrow as well as Friday, 8:30 to 3:30. And I do want to, of course, again, advise the jurors before we break for the day to please follow the court's admonishing instruction to not look into this case in any way while you are home for the evening. Don't do anything to research it. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves or with anyone else. And with that, is the state ready to conclude for the day?
Yes, Your Honor, if that's all right with the court.
Yes, anything further from the defense? Okay, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, that have been in attendance today for abiding with the court's conduct orders. We will be in recess until tomorrow morning to commence with more evidence at 8:30.
All rise, please.
And there we have it. And did you notice Pryor still doesn't have his microphone on there? That is it for today. Oh, so it appears. Oh, yep, that's it. The stream dropped quick too. I'm glad I caught that before the other video volume came up. They pushed that button pretty quick at the end. Oh, yeah, but even when Pryor agreed with the judge at the very end, I couldn't hear anything he said. I very much agree with this statement. Pryor is quickly becoming the Elaine of this trial on microphone issues alone. Amongst other things, I would say he's not as annoying as Elaine was to me during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. But he's got the potential to get there. And Sheila is still awake. It's soon to be nap time for me also. Sheila, what a morning it's been. Like I said, my plan is to get the recording of the full testimony of Detective Kunsaitis and link that in the description of this video, because we did miss the first 48 minutes or more, maybe an hour of the beginning of that testimony because of the internet issues. I could not start the stream. Those of you that came and held space for me, waiting for me to get here, I greatly appreciate you. Thank you. Those of you that tried to reach me but were unsuccessful because there was actually no internet, I also thank you. I thank you for your care and concern. Everything was fine. I wish I had got a message through, but like I said, I could not even get my cell service to activate properly in the area because of the poll. So we were having issues all over the place. It was a rough start, but we got it finished. The plan is to complete this trial all the way through, even with the hiccups. This case is one of the first ones that I started to follow when I started to do stuff on YouTube, and I was following it personally. So I want to see all of the I's dotted and the T's crossed to the end of it. There was a small handful from the beginning, and that was Johnny Depp, which we saw through to the conclusion. There was Marilyn Manson, which we are still following till those civil cases wrap up. There was Suzanne Morphew, who is still no charges currently in that case. Her husband was charged, and then charges were dropped, and he was suing, and there was a lot of mess up there. Her body was discovered, and then but there's no case active currently. Is there still an investigation? I'm not sure. I'm sure they are still looking into it. It's probably in the case cold files right now. We'll see what happens with that. And this one, when they originally charged Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell together before they separated, the trials started. You'll make sure your I's are crossed and your T's dotted. Thank you. But you know what I mean, like, just zip it up, like make it complete, like polish it off, which was the reason. There are this can be very tedious. Everybody's been hearing about this case for years and years, so it's not as exciting as some of the new ones that are out there. I'll know that the Trump cases are getting a lot of play, but there's no cameras in that courtroom. Also, Karen Reed is starting this week, and I know some people will be following on that. I will be doing an update at the end of the week on what's going on with the other cases that we are following while the Daybell trial is going on, because we don't want to focus just on that. There has been updates since the Scientology cases that we're following and a couple of the others. So I do want to still do an update at the end of the week. It'll probably be either Friday night or Saturday during the day. I'm still contemplating on timing. If anybody has any opinion about best timing, just let me know. You can DM me, and also the back of the videos are always open for comment. If you've got questions or anything that you'd like looked into in regards to this case or any of the others, feel free. Oh, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. But I think that concludes our trial stream for the day. I've got some work to do. Polish it off. I'll ask JL to borrow the TP 9000 exactly, Jin. I may need it. I'm telling you. Ines I'm wondering about the mom murdered in Texas by her children's father. Claim was he didn't want to pay child support. I'm not sure about that, but I did see one where a grandma actually has been arrested in results to a mom and her advocate that went missing, and then the bodies have been discovered. 4 people were arrested in that case I was looking at. But you know what, Anna, send me the link. I'll look that one up. There might be a legal angle there. There's been a few things I want to talk about in regards to child custody cases that have happened lately that actually were shocking to me. And I think I'm going to link a few of them together and do a stream just on that. So that would be one that could be added to that I look into. And if you want to send me the information. Oh, that's the same one. 4 people were arrested. Yes, it was the mother-in-law, like the grandmother of the children, her husband, and another couple were arrested after the bodies were discovered. Apparently, the mother of the children was on her way to visit with the children at the grandmother's home with the court-appointed person who was approved to be with her, because they were supervised visits. Okay. And they went missing on the way there. And then they discovered the bodies not far from their arrival destination point of the grandmother's home. Now, I had not read that the father of the children was indicated yet, but it does look like a huge custody issue here. Yeah. Yeah, I do need to get a nap in. You're correct there, Shield. Although there's quite a few things I want to clear up. But yes, I'm going to be looking into that case, Anna. It looks like we were both looking at the same one. Oh, the grandmother filed for full custody, not the father of the children. Or I think the mother of the children was filing for full custody, but she was on supervised visits at the present, and the children were actually located at the grandmother's home. So I have to look into it to see if the father was actually living there with her, or if the children were placed with the grandmother while the custody issues were resolved. Yes, the mother was filing for full custody. Exactly. And she was currently under supervised visits. So I want to see what's going on there. Yeah. Definitely there's another case of lawyers who took things to the extreme in another custody case that was absolutely devastating that I had just heard about. But I think I'm going to do those together, just short and sweet, and then we'll decide whether to follow this whole murder on the custody with this one in Texas. It was in Texas or Texas County? Like, I'm just like, I think I'm gonna have to look it up. But anyway, that's it for today. I will see you all in the morning. Willing, at 10:15, the internet and electricity stays on. I will be back. And thank you all for your patience and your time. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Yeah, in Texas. Thank you very much, Anna. Everybody have a great evening.